Hello. Okay, hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. And it's really nice to be here in Wikimania, Singapore 2023. I'm Hardy Ansyah, and you can call me Hardy. And yeah, it's really nice. And then it's also a good day because it's an Independence Day here in Indonesia. And so hope that I can deliver this presentation to you. And this is I think it's very light conversation in this morning. While you have already got your breakfast and a coffee, and I would like to tell you about what we do to reach out GLAM institutions here in Indonesia. Um, I'm from Wikimedia Indonesia. I am a partnership manager, but I also work with the GLAM team, GLAM Wiki team here, and then also education team, and also Wikidata. Yeah, that's my username and my email, and also my LinkedIn if you want to keep in touch with me. And don't worry, this is the slides that I will show you through this presentation. And at the end of the slides, I will put the link to my presentation slides, and then not only just a presentation, but it is a kind of Etherpad, and I hope that we can also uh, discuss more after this presentation, of course. So again, this is a light talks and light conversation. And also the title is, from the title, I don't mean to brag or to say that we are really an expert in reaching out the GLAM institutions in Indonesia, but I hope that from these conversations, I also would like to have feedback from you, and also sharing in this case. Yeah, let's start with the GLAM Wiki project. Yeah, we know that GLAM Wiki is kind of a project where we need to have a partnership with the GLAM institutions, and to open the access, and also to have more contents for the public. So uh, I think this project is really strategic, because when we have a GLAM Wiki project, we will have more source to other Wikimedia projects like Wikipedia, Wikidata, and also Wikisource, and Wikimedia Commons, of course. Yeah, from this partnership, we can have sharing digital collections where we can upload the collections, the photos or documents to Wikimedia Commons, transcribing them on Wikisource or putting the data about the objects in the context of Wikidata. The institutions, the claim institution have their source, their collections, while Wikimedia has the platforms that will distribute the knowledge through all the world. So talking about the partnership, there are a lot of phase, there are a lot of models actually, but I like to simplify it into three parts. Like we do initiating first, and then implementing, and then maintaining process, and then let's see about initiating. So from the beginning, for the initiating phase, we do selections. We need to select which institutions that we need to collaborate with. So Wikimedia Indonesia has already got maps, GLAMS maps. So we complete all the data of the GLAM institutions in Wikidata. So you can see this is the real situations in Indonesia, and mostly the GLAM institutions are in those two main islands, Sumatra and Java Island. We can see if you go to the east, it's a bit more, not so many. It also describes about the partnerships that we have right now, mostly are in those two islands, in Sumatra and Java as well. So we need to select with which institutions that we're going to collaborate with, and then from this data, we need to see which museums that has collections, many collections. And then I think we need to also next we move on to contact. We need to contact them. Nowadays there are a lot of museum has already websites, and also, but if they don't have any websites, probably they have social media. So we try to contact them from the information that they shared in the websites, and then also the social media. Sometimes we DM them, using the Instagram, and then we try to introduce ourselves about Wikimedia projects, and also claims Wiki project, of course. That's what we do first. And then we go visit. I know only just contacting them without visit is thing is not so good, because visit is also a good way to reach out, and then that's why we do some visit to parts of Indonesia, again after selecting some areas and also some institutions that we're going to reach out, and then we visit them. Don't forget to bring your business card, and do have some presentations why we need to digitize the collections and what is the benefits for them. And don't forget to bring the books here. We also have some books that give information about digitizations, the good benefits of digitization. So in partnership with Wikimedia Indonesia, we bring the booklet, how to contribute to Wikimedia Commons, and also because we're going to open the collections with CC license, we also put the books there, and then put some merchandise to them, to the institutions. So I hope that that really helps them to understand about our movement, something like that. We move on next, because we have already contacted them. Of course, there is a kind of the continuation of the conversation through email after the visit. We try to negotiate, of course, at the beginning from the conversations, and then they usually ask about what kind of agreements that we going to have. So I try to make the drafts of the agreements, and then again, in making the draft, of course, there's negotiations and also agreements talks in here. So we try to customize about what is the obligations and what is their part, something like that, and then we try to make this becoming more win-win between climate institutions and also Wikimedia Indonesia in here. This is just an example of the MOU that we have. And then we move on when we have already signed the MOU. Of course, we do the activities that is stated in the MOU. We digitize them and also put it into Wikimedia Commons and try to complete the metadata, as you can see from the pictures with the volunteers from Wikimedia Indonesia. We do all the process until becoming digitized, something like that. Well, the agreements can be vary, not only just digitizing, but there are some museums or maybe some institutions that already digitized their collections. So we just try to, we just only use their collections, the digital collection, to and share it to Wikimedia Commons and develop it into to other Wikimedia projects. What about after the project finished? We try to maintain, of course, the maintaining phase. We do a report. We create a report about the activities that we have, and also there's a review in the report and the evaluations that we send to the institutions. And we also this is not yet done, but we plan to have a mailing list for our partners who have already worked with us to always keep in touch about giving the information about GLAMS projects and Wikimedia projects that I don't know. This is going to be something that make them always see us or remember us, that we still contact their institution. And then after that, we have Wikimedia Commons page, and then for them, and this is where we can find the collections of, like, say, one of the museum of Sumatra is a numismatic museum in Sumatra. So we create in the Commons, and then we inform them that they have already they can access the collections in this website here, in this page. And we also give them a kind of QR code flag, and then there's a link to the page of Wikimedia Commons. So this is the outcome of the partnership between Wikimedia Indonesia and also the climate institutions. So this is a kind of a great reflections, then a thing that we learned so far here in Wikimedia Indonesia. We need to know about our potential partners at the beginning, and then we try to approach them with a multi-channel approach. We try to find the good timing to approach them, to reach out to them, and then again when we when we would like to have a partnership with them, of course, we need to provide the value that we have, what benefits that they can get, and also don't forget to follow up. Sometimes reaching out them is not really not in the short time, but sometimes take years to make them want to work with us. And if they reject, we really need their feedback. So it's going to be something like improvement for us later on. Build a partnership. Don't forget to measure and analyze. I know that this is reach out the Gleam institution is not a short uh, time project. It's a long time project. It's really time consuming, and also I think it's a ongoing process always, and then that needs improvements. That's why we need to do it always. Even there are so many rejections. We face a lot of rejections, but at least the institutions got already know about the movement, and at least we hope that they are do the digitizations their own here in Indonesia. Um, yeah, I think that's all. Let's collaborate for more open glam. This is the Etherpad links that you can access, and the word is reach out glams with GLAM is in capital. I hope that if you have more suggestion or informations that you want to share um, with this topic, I hope I put some template for you to fill in. I mean, you can put your emails or questions later if you want to talk more about this later. Just go to the link, and then I've already put the slide link in the Etherpad, and hope when I hear some comment and suggestion for you, or maybe what we do is maybe need to be improved. Which one that we need to be improved in this case? I think that's all from me. I think I took a lot much time already. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, is everybody hear my voices? And I'm from Taiwan. I'm Wikimania Taiwan Dennis Chen. Today's my talk is, this is also a Wikidata topic, but it is more dealing with the regional Taiwan dataset. So it was moved to the ESEP track. My title is From Cross-Linking Multilingual Articles on Database Entries. How does Wikidata link to the whole world's knowledge, the Taiwan experience? Right, here's my online ID. I'm Superplex. I'm an OpenStreetMap contributor and also Wikidata contributor. And I'm also one of the board member of the Wikimedia Taiwan. Okay, and during my community time, contributing time, I'm fighting vandalism. This case is might be some Chinese people that change all the ZH varieties to the simplified Chinese varieties. This is one of the reality show from Korea. In Chinese, it's called 体能之巅百人大挑战. They all changed the simplified Chinese version for all the variants, like ZH-TW, ZH-Han-T, and ZH. And also on the OpenStreetMap, I'm also an active contributor in fighting vandalism. This is an example also from China that they're drawing an unrealistic bridge between the China and Taiwan that is not possible in the near future due to its this water body between Taiwan and China, the Taiwan Strait. It is quite not a good construction site. That is not possible for tunnel or bridges. Okay, there's important questions that is anyone doesn't know Wikidata here? So I assume everybody in this room knows about Wikidata. So, and of course, Wikipedia. Then why should we pay attention to Wikidata? It's not easy to understand, not easy to contributions, but it has some features like it's more structured than Wikipedia because Wikipedia is a human readable form. It's written in article forms. So if you want to let the program, the computer knows what's this rich form of the knowledge, you should have to be machine readable. And Wikipedia also has some cross-language abilities that it is stored language neutral form and then using label to notes what the like in English, what should it be called? In Chinese, what it should be called? And they both could be covering language, international language and regional language. And a simple words to describe Wikidata, I will say it is a database of database. It index other third-party entries, like it can store OpenStreetMap relation ID, way ID, node IDs, on the Wikidata platform. And also from some government datasets at Taiwan, we have the school code and the river code that is maintained by Taiwanese government. Okay, here's some quick step of the history of Wikidata in Taiwan. In 2013, before the Wikimania in Hong Kong, we had the honor to invite Lydia to come to Taiwan to have a talk in one of the biggest open source conference in Taiwan, Coast Cup. But between 2014 and 2019, it is not active. The Taiwanese community have not such interest in the Wikidata contributions. And okay, I misspelled something. There's an academic scholar called Mr. Zhuang Tingrui. He has some research about Wikidata. And he has some interest Wikidata, even so found that he come to the first Wikidata.com in Berlin. In 2019, it has something changed. The local Taiwanese community have more interest in Wikidata and start to have some massive contribution on the platform. Like we started the imported laws, the Taiwanese laws, village, school, library, episode of dramas in Taiwan, the government publications, and research papers. And we also start the OpenStreetMap X Wikidata monthly meetup in Taiwan. This is held in Taipei. And if you know that the OpenStreetMap and Wikidata is quite of the very, very close together. So we have, in Taipei, we have a community meetup together each month. Okay, here's a quick example for Wikidata. This is a communal venue that we hold a monthly meetup in Taipei. It's MoSpace Taipei that we created a Wikidata items for this space. And it's an instance of venue. And we have the office site, website, and OSN no ID. It is all all written down on Wikidata platform. Okay, for the Wikidata on maps, everybody should know that the map behind the Wikipedia articles are the customized version of OpenStreetMap that use the OpenStreetMap data to render, to fix the need of Wikipedia's article displays. And here are some examples that this is an advanced data type called relations that we can store something like village, rivers, schools, and train, metro, railway station. Yeah. Okay, here's some promotion information. We have the Wikidata.com this year in Taiwan. That was held in October 28 and 29. We will have a local track and also an international track. They will both will be streaming online, and the international track is European, US time zone friendly. I hope everyone can join, not only on site, but also visually. Okay, this is articles. My review of Wikipedia influences. You might saw these articles, and one of the features that have it displays those Wikidata items with coordinations. That between 2021 and 2023 is quite a big difference between these 2 years. We have some masses edited about items we adding so much coordinates to various types of things like village or schools that make a very, very difference between these 2 years. That is, we can make a GIF picture to display the difference. Okay, here's a quick strip. Everybody knows it's established 10 years ago. And every year, in the end of October, we will celebrate Wikidata birthday. And of course, in Wiki.com this year in Taipei, we will also have the on-site celebration sessions. And also, the visual platform we use will also have the celebrations for the birthday of Wikidata. And here's a quick summarize about the relation between the Wikidata and the other various Wikimedia projects. That we all know that Wikipedia has a multimedia that is stored all on Wikicommons. And for structured data on Wikipedia, we can transform it into a form that it can store on Wikidata. And okay, this is a quick statistics about it's over 1 million. I think it's 1 billion. No, not 1 billion. It's 100 million items on Wikidata, and the total volume of the data set, if you want to download it, is over 100 GB. Okay, we even have some language contribution. If you're familiar with Wikidata, we have Wikidata Lexicon. This is a regional language. It's called Taiwanese Taigi. In Taiwan, that we have this. This is the first personal single form, Gua, on Wikidata Lexicon. Okay, here's a quick. I have 7 minutes left, so I will speed up my talk. Okay, this is a village project we go on in Taiwan. that on Wikidata and also OpenStreetMap, we start to drawing map boundaries and also creating metadata on Wikidata, starting from 2019. It's been over 4 years on OpenStreetMap. And because it's quite hard to process, so we're using a semi-import to OpenStreetMap, not force import. And the similar case is from Philippines, that the surf, that he start to drawing baranggang on OpenStreetMap and Wikidata. And if you have some knowledge of Taiwan, we have quite a huge number of villages, over 7,000, near 8,000 villages in Taiwan. We linked the household register ID from the Taiwanese government, also OSM region ID, all stored on the Wikidata. And vice versa, we store the Wikidata item ID on OpenStreetMap. So it is a cross-link between each other. Okay, here's the visualizations on OpenStreetMap that are totally near 8,000 villages all on this visualized website, Overpass Turbo. And this is on, we're doing a Wikidata query research, search query. This is the results that we can see the central point of each village near the Taipei city. Okay, this is, I already said this one, so skip this. Okay, but we have some errors because we are humans, and each humans have different opinion and different ways of doing things, so we have something. And the most major error is some people importing village to open Wikidata use the old data set. It's only maintained until 2018. And we're doing the import in 2019. So we're missing some merged or newly established village in the Thailand city that they were doing it in 2018. So the solution is we use a new data set that is maintained by the other Taiwanese government agencies. The other issue is this one. If you're familiar with some Taiwanese language schema, this is the Taiwanese Dagi that already established some villages on the ZH Minnan Wikipedia. And unfortunately, these villages on the ZH Minnan Wikipedia, they were mass imported into the Wikidata, but without statements. So we couldn't use normal Wikidata query to find out these items on the Wikidata. So we're missing these items that we didn't merge with the newly imported village entries. Another area is there are some local projects going on to establish village in Taiwan, like Zhanghua County and Jiayi County. They have created Wikipedia articles, but they didn't notice that Wikidata exists, but they didn't cross-link it on the Wikidata items. They might have the chance that someone mass imported to establish new Wikidata items. So this is other error, but compared to the previous one, it's much more small scale. Okay, so we have some one with the program abilities to cross-link using monitor the government data sets. And if there's a new village established or some village was removed, disbanded, we can use this website to monitor the situations. Okay, this one. Okay, we also have a project that is cross-linking the river managed by the Taiwanese government that each have a unique ID. And also some rivers are already written on Chinese Wikipedia. And also on the OpenStreetMap, we also have to draw the river into a special form that is called OpenStreetMap relation. Okay, here's some problem that might, if you're long-time Wikipedia contributions, that the Chibis Wikipedia has using some open data sets to mass import, mass establish those Wikipedia articles. Is the idea of this bot account is LJS bot that have masses created all rivers. I think it's some rivers, townships, masses on Chibis Wikipedia, and it also includes some Taiwanese rivers and town. Okay, they use the GNS dataset to masses in creative articles, and then someone masses created on Wikidata. Okay, here are some quick view of the rivers in Taiwan. We have done that cross-linking, we created Wikidata items, linking to Wikipedia articles, linking to OpenStreetMap and relation ID, and also some has some geo coordinations, like the mouth of the rivers or creeks. Okay, here, I think I have to hurry up. Okay, this is a project that is cooperation between OpenStreetMap Wikipedia community. They use this project, name suggestion index, to standardize some branch chains tags on the OpenStreetMap. It is announced on State of Map US 2019. It once as a pet project, but now it's have some heavily involvement and investment for this project. And we have someone has maintained some chain stores in Taiwan using the name suggestion index projects. Okay, this is a quick overview that OpenStreetMap has used quite a lot Wikidata items that we use some secondary key value pair on OpenStreetMap to maintain some data set on OpenStreetMap. And also, this is status that we can use also linking the Wikidata using the secondary tag subject column Wikidata to note that Chiang Kai-shek status or something else, or the Confucius status. Okay, or even can trace the etymology of some stuff. Like there are so many Zhongzheng Road in Taiwan, so you can link it to Wikidata, adding this secondary OpenStreetMap tag. Okay, the schools or visualizations. A quick overview about it. We have the full set of the Wikidata schools on Wikidata, and we are trying very hard to link it to OpenStreetMap, and vice versa, OpenStreetMap to Wikidata. And we have a project page to trace how to tag, how to add the statement on Wikidata. Okay, so right now, I think all the schools are on Wikidata, but it is a very hard work because there will be new schools or disbanded schools. So we have to keep tracing every year. It was quite time consuming, and we have to read the news articles or the government announcement to keep track of it. Okay, here's some overview about what's next for the Taiwanese Wikidata community. That some foreigners that had mass imported hotels in Taiwan using the Agoda or Booking.com's ID, that all created in English, but is lacking Chinese label. Okay, so if it is school, they both have to be up to date. So community has to keep an eye on it. And also for the heritage sites, we all have Wikipedia articles links, but unfortunately, it is not well maintained on Wikidata. So we have to work hard to add the correct statements on Wikidata. And rivers, we have to deal with the Chibis Wikipedia duplicated items. And for bus and river fans, we have a masses of portals on Wikicommons, but these Wikicommons category doesn't link to the corresponding Wikidata items. And I think in most cases, we didn't have Wikidata items for bus on Wikidata. So it's possible to add in this missing links. Okay, this is a conclusion that is a challenge to maintenance and quite consume the community's time. And and it's more easy to do it mass imported. But if you have to do additional, it is quite time consuming and need careful plan. Okay, so And for the future, the community should do more thematic workshop and try to link into different third-party database that's well maintained or not. And we're doing some multilingual, not only for the international big language, but also the Taiwanese natural language, like Taiwanese Daigi, Taiwanese Hakka, Taiwanese Formosa languages. Okay, thank you, everybody. My slides are over. I think I have to hand over to next speaker. Thank you very much.
各位在线上或是现场参加 Wikimania 2023的伙伴们，大家好，我是来自 Wikida 台湾的 Adam。那今天用一个大概20分钟的时间，跟大家分享台湾 GLAM 的 Wikida 回顾与展望，以李美术纪念馆与新乐园艺术空间为例。那这两个单位其实是我们 Wikida 台湾在台湾发展这个Wikida 里面非常重要的两个单位。尤其是新乐园艺术空间，自2020年与我们合作开始，一直持续到现在，都不断的在资料库 Wikidata 甚至在 Wikibase 上面，去做不断的研究以及推展。那首先我先花一点时间来自我介绍一下。那这个是我是 Alan，也可以叫我文月。那我是 Wikidata 台湾的共同发起人，也是立法院开放国会的这个第1届委员。过去曾经做过这个 Wikimania 台湾的秘书长，那过去也是担任李美术纪念馆资讯组的召集人，以及新乐园艺术空间在维基这一块的一个技术上的协力工作。那回到2018年，当时的我并不是在维基工作，当时我只能算是说是维基社群的一份子。那在当时2018年时，我在李美术纪念馆担任资讯组的时候，就一直在思考说，有什么样的方法可以继续推展李美术纪念馆，或是李美术在台湾甚至是全球的一个知名度。当时就曾经有想过说，维基上面有一个 GLAM 的一个专案计划，是不是有可能说，透过将李美术的这些作品画作去做一个整理与归档，并且公开在这个维基上面，无论是写成维基百科也好，或是整理成一个开放的画廊，可以提供大家在上面浏览的一个可能性。最早是有这样子的一个契机。那我们后面会来跟大家分享说，当年我们是怎么样去进行的。那后来到了2019年，我用2018年在李美术纪念馆的这个开放资料经验，那开启了这个新乐园艺术空间的这个开放资料之旅。那事实上，从2020年开始到现在，新乐园艺术空间与开放资料或者开放社群的一个合作的拓展到现在都持续的进行中。那也是从这样子的一个分享，这样的一个讲座开始的。那我想在最前面台湾其实在谈开放资料、谈开放协作已经非常多年了，但事实上并不是所有的领域都是同样的进度。事实上，台湾的开放资料，或是我们在谈开放这两件事情的时候，最常先联想到的，依然还是从包含像开放政府，或过去有开放或者过去我曾经参与的开放国会， 甚至到现在，你如果谈开放资料，我们可能还是常常会 focus 在所谓的政府开放资料，或者是如何去整合串联这个不同单位的这个开放资料。那我想回到最后，其实大家会发现也有蛮多的领域在开放资料这一块是没有跟上，或是没有反应，并没有那么的及时哦。包含艺术领域就是如此。但是对我来讲，我觉得艺术领域在开放这一块更是非常的重要。我们发现，在 CC 的这个执行长过去曾经就说过，在数位化的时代下，我们发现共享是促进发现、创新和协作的基础。那事实上，包含艺术或者是现在的一些数位人文研究，也开始进入这种协作研究啊，或者是需要用不同的新的方式来进一步的拓展我们对于资料的探寻，来创造这个新的这个数位人文的研究基础。那这个是我认为在人文领域、艺术领域也需要去推展这个开放资料、开放协作的一个很重要的部分。那今天会跟大家分享的几个案子其实主要就是以李梅树纪念馆跟新乐园艺术空间为主。那李梅树纪念馆主要是在2018年到2019年执行了这个李梅树纪念馆危机馆藏开放计划。那新乐园艺术空间从2020年开始，每一年都有一个跟危机有关的这个，或者是跟资料库有关的这个年度计划。包含现在正在进行中的这个台湾替代空间艺术资料库建制计划，危机数据与 Wikibase 技术应用前期研究。那这个其实是非常荣幸获得这个联盟补助的一个计划。那先来分享一下我们2018年是怎么做的。当时我们2018年的做法是这样子，我们会有请馆方的工作人员，像是我们左上角看到的这一位是李梅树的二儿子林景光馆长，他会带着我们先来导读画作的部分会来跟我们分享说，这幅画当时的一些背景故事，或者说这幅画当时是为何会成画，尤其是李梅树常常会绘画一些人物像，那这些人物像有的时候可能会是因为要送人，或者是说当时因为一些因缘际会，可能是女儿要出国了，或者是说这位其实是当时的诵经团，那李梅树带着诵经团到全台湾各地去游历去诵经，那在某一个地方帮诵经团留下了一张画作。那像这样子的一个流程那前面完成了这个作品的导读之后呢，后面再会依据馆方整理的这个画作的图档以及 metadata， 会去进行画作的 metadata 还有 open data 的这个概念讲解，并且再带大家上传到这个Wikimedia Commons， 也就是维基共享资源，并且在上传完毕之后呢，再进行这个 Wikidata 的这个 metadata 的内容的记录，内容的这个编写。那这个是我们当时2018年在李梅树纪念馆操作的样子。那从2020年开始的这个新乐园艺术空间 Wikidata 的系列合作，则是又用了另外一种不同的方式。从新乐园艺术空间出发，我们从2020年开始不断的在进行这个社群的热度这个营造，我们不断的在跟艺术社群、替代空间社群，或是台湾的这些经营艺术机构、艺术单位的伙伴，一直去跟他们去讨论说，我们如何去谈论资料库，我们如何去谈论艺术资料，如何去谈论艺术建档这样子的一个内容，并且在这样子的热度营造下，进一步的再去做社群需求的探索，以及持续不断的工作坊，进行 Wikidata 的教学，进行批次编辑的教学 ，Chris Damon 的教学，那最后进行这个台湾各类型的艺术家、艺术文献、艺术单位的这个汇编到 Wikidata 之中。那左上角是我们2020年的这个讲座， 那右下角是我们今年2023年的一个工作坊，在进行这个这个是 Quick Statement 的一个介绍那首先我们来聊聊成本那这个是在录制台湾的这个国家文化记忆库数位化工作的这个说明手册，大家会发现这个档案我们档案或者是这个藏品我们有这样子的一个流程。如果我们最后确定是要将这个数位档案去做一个公开的话，它会有一个流程是，它要先进入藏，然后权利盘点、编目，然后如果有需要修复就进行修复。那如果没有的话，那就是进行数位化。那有些数位化完之后，可能还需要数位修复。那如果没有，那就是直接做这个数位资料的编目，以及一样也是 metadata 部分。那再来就是确认它的整体的这个著作权利，最后才是上传以及公开。那大家可以发现这件事情其实实际上要执行下来它会是一个很大很大的成本。但却是我们在做，尤其是在做 Wikimedia Commons 上面一个很重要的工作，因为其实在著作权上面是开放资料里面最关注的其中一项。那如果回到我们在谈 Wikidata 的话，中央研究院的数位文化中心链接资料开放实验室，其实曾经有提过一个链接开放资料的制作成本。那首先你需要人力成本，包含是授权。我相信，如果你原本是一个网站的资料，要转成 Wikidata 的资料，或者转成一个 LOD 资料库，其实授权上面还是有需要去厘清的部分。然后再来就是内容的分析及转译，技术转制执行，再来是资金成本。如果你要自己 host LOD 的内容的话，你就会需要有这个资讯设备维护，或者是专家咨询。那最后就是时间。因为事实上要建资料，无论你是在做 Wikidata 也好，或是其他的 LOD 资料集，链接开放资料集都是一样。多数的时候，大部分的资料要转制成这个链接开放资料，它都没有一个很好的一个机器的自动化的转换方式，通常都是半自动的，或是必须要用人工的。那大家可以看到，在工作策略上面，在这几年来，我们在李梅树纪念馆或者新乐园艺术空间，它的做法是不一样的。李梅树纪念馆因为它有很大量的李梅树的这个画作的物件，所以我们就会去处理画作物件的 CC 开放到维基共享资源，也就是 Wikimedia Commons， 并且同步完成这个画作物件的这个 Wikidata 的注入，然后透过公开的工作坊或是公开演讲，包含像现在的演讲，去展示这个工作的成果。而新乐园艺术空间也是如此，但是因为新乐园艺术空间，它以艺术家跟展览还有一些艺术活动为主，它可能没有那么多的藏品可以去进行这个汇整。那所以我们就主要以展讯、艺术家资讯汇整到 Wikidata 中，并且汇整这个资料收录于这个 Wikidata 的方法论。那以内部工作人员的工作坊为主但是我们一样也是会透过论坛、透过讲座去跟大家展示我们的工作成果，并且一直持续不断的跟外界沟通说，我们正在进行这样子的工作。那看一下两岸的成本比较，那我只挑了其中单一个年度的时间做一个比较，会比较好比较。那在李梅树纪念馆的部分，我们投入了大概3个人次那每个人大概工作25小时。那工作坊的参加的志工我们就没有算。那主要的时程大概是花了1年左右。新乐园艺术空间人就比较多，因为我们花了更多的时间在收集大量的资料，并且从新乐园艺术空间或者是不同的地方将资料转制到 Wikidata 里面。所以其实，在原始资料汇整里面，我们花了非常多的时间。那下一评估，我们先看看在资料面上面。那李梅树纪念馆，我们 CC 开放的资料大概有1000笔左右，新乐园艺术空间有700笔。那李梅树纪念馆的这个档案的主题会是李梅树的作品以及活动的照片。那新乐园艺术空间则是以活动照片为主。那 Wikidata 的部分，李梅树纪念馆主要就是以画作为主嘛。 画作跟部分少数的展览，所以它的笔数比较少，大概是500笔。但是新乐园艺空间就会以展览、艺术家还有文献为主。那因为文献的数量非常的多，所以我们其实这个笔数大概有到25000笔，甚至超过哦。真的，这个部分真的感谢新乐园艺术空间的所有的工作人员的努力哦。那个当时无论是人工也好，或是批次编辑也好，其实汇入了非常大量的艺术家以及展览或者文献的资料。那建制的时间，李梅书纪念馆大概是18年到19年，后续都比较零星哦，都比较零星的一个建制。那新乐园艺术空间是从2020年以来不断的在进行，到现在2023年，未来可能也会持续的不断进行。在台湾的艺术领域的，因为其实新乐园艺术空间的展览，在2020年、2021年都已经阶段性的完成了过去的部分。那在未来2022年跟2023年，其实不断的在进行的是艺术家的文献，应该说艺术文献以及其他的艺术单位的资料汇编到 Wikidata 里面。那大家可以看到一个很重要的一个成果，其实是这个 Open Art Browser 上面的里面数，其实很多都是来自于 Wikidata 或者是 Wikimedia Commons 上面。那我们其实有发现这个 Open Art Browser 它会抓取的资料是必须要同时有 Wikimedia Commons 跟 Wikidata 的资料才会有，所以其实新乐园艺术空间在里面还没有办法搜寻到这是一个部分。那我想另外一个对我们影响比较大的，其实还是Google 旁边的这个资讯框尤其是大家可以看到画作在透过 Wikimedia Commons 加上 Wikidata 之后，它的这个即使是像茶园这么通俗的词句也会出现像这样子它可以去跟你描述说，茶园它其实指的是某一件艺术品是李梅树的这一件作品。那其实你如果光是搜寻李梅树空格作品，也会出现一个资讯面板去跟你描述说，李梅树的作品有这些这个是我有发现这件事情确实就只有你在完成了 Wikimedia Commons 跟 Wikidata 的建制之后才会出现。那比较可惜的是，新乐园艺术空间的大部分的艺术家都没有做作品的搭配，所以这样子的资讯面板就比较少能够出现。那刚刚提到这也是开放资料能带来的机会。那这边也有提到这个 Web 3.0 里面提供可重复利用结构化资料集，将资料相互连接并能依浏览经验自动提供这个使用者感兴趣的资讯，这个 Web 3.0 很重要的概念。那并且还有一个重点是，开放资料为 Web 3.0 的首要步骤。当然，这个 Web 3.0 可能跟区块链不一定有直接的关系，但确实在不少的学者对于新世代的这个网络资料传播上面对于 Open Data 或是 In Open Data 都有很重要的一个，他都会很重视这一块那同时在 Wikidata 的这个角色，或者 Wikimedia Commons 的角色，它也扮演着一种备份、交叉持有以及交叉检索。那因为演算法跟使用者习惯的问题使得资料谷仓、资料孤岛的这个状态越来越深。我们应该如何去打破？那其实 Wikidata 提供了一个很好的一个界面，去提供这种串联的一个平台。虽然现在可能没有办法很直接的显现在我们面前，但是它的确在背后扮演着这样子很重要的一个角色。那这边也跟大家分享其实中心化的这个资料的持有并不是一件很好的事情因为我们永远都不知道说，如果你的单一个伺服器会不会哪一天就突然变成 cloud 变成在云端那资料流通跟物化，我们过去传统就会觉得说，我们把资料收在单一个资料库，让所有的资料的阅览都集中在同一个地方是好的但是现在我们让资料在多个伺服器交互流通这样才可以让这个资料去持续的活着，那并且也可以促进这个资料被看到的机会那最后就是这个 Web 3.0 的思考，从过去的单一中心伺服器，然后再到 Web 3.0思考的是多中心更有韧性的资料。那 更重要的一件事情是，因为我们在艺术圈谈开放资料的时候，常常谈的都是艺术开放资料，但我们现在希望可以让开放资料不只是开放，而是让这个艺术圈的资料也可以走向这个开放以及串联，做到资料与资料之间的真正互联。好，那最后另外一个点是我们希望可以去提的一个，就是现在新乐园艺术空间在进行的这个 Wikibase 的探索。其实我们会发现哦，因为在 Wikidata 上面，其实还是会希望资料会需要有一些外部的参考文献。Wikidata 还是不是一个很好的一个一手资料，应该说它不应该是一个一手资料上传的一个地方。但是对于某些机构或者对于某些单位而言，它所制造的资料，它其实就是一手的一个资料。但是如何让这些资料也同时保有这个链接资料的一个特性，那其实 Wikibase 也会是一个很好的一个做法，让各个 Wikibase 再去用 Wikidata 去串接到其他的，包含像 Wikimedia Project 或者是其他的这个零 Open Data 的生态系。那现在的瓶颈，我想最后做一个分享，就是对我这边来看到的是，台湾现在的瓶颈其实还是在于说内容涵盖度可能还是有点不足。再来是台湾有能力持续提供内容，但是缺乏开发应用的能量。那目前还比较欠缺能够直接导流到馆所直接利益的推展，包含像是跟馆所讲说，你做完这个之后呢，就会有更多人来参观，或者是知名度有上升，这一块上面还是比较欠缺的。最后就是台湾缺乏这个持续性的，我想是持续性的对资料库或者开放资料议题的这个讨论的热度。台湾常常比较像是一阵一阵的。好，那以上是我的一个简单的分享。最后还是要感谢所有促成这个专案所有李梅树纪念馆的伙伴，或者是新乐园艺术空间的所有的工作伙伴。那没有他们的协助，其实这些专案无法发展到现在。那我是 Wikidata 台湾的 Alan， 那在这边感谢您的聆听，谢谢大家。
Again, you will see me again on the sections. This is okay. My title is the Past and Future Hokkien Language. The language code is NAN, NAN, on Wikimedia projects. And I'm Dennis from Taiwan. My online ID is Superplex. I'm an OpenStreetMap and Wikidata contributor, and also one of the board member of Wikimedia Taiwan. And so in some previous speech, I talked about that the ZH Minnan Wikipedia in Chinese is called Minnan Wikipedia. It is not a very active Wikimedia project. But recently in Taiwan, we had a language revelation about the Taiwanese Taigi, that there's more people willing to speak in Taigi or write in written form of Taigi. And so it should be a change for Wikimedia, NNN, that we should do more on this platform. Yeah. And previously, that in Minnan Wikipedia, and then Wikipedia is more emphasized of the POJ. It's a Latin form of written. But actually, you can also written and handy the Chinese characters. It's possible. And it is allowed by the community standards. So in this previous talk and also this section, we want to recruit more people to contribute on a NNN Wikipedia. Okay, it might be quite a cut, but for the Malangu or Yashi Hokkien language, not only in the Fujian, southern part of Fujian and Taiwan, but also in the Southeast Asia, there are some different size of speaking populations speaking this language, and it's called different names. In Taiwan, it's also called Daigi or Taiwanese Daigi, or in China, it's called Malangu. And the Southeast Asia is called Hokkien Wei, Fujianhua, or yeah. And the Philippines, it is called Lanlang Wei, Dingding. Yeah. Okay, here's a basic statistics about this language, which has different names in different countries or areas. And it has a total, if you just count the mother tongue speaker, it's a 48 million speakers distributed around China, Taiwan, the Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, and also Indonesia. Yeah, it's a minority language in the Philippines, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. But in Thailand, I think some part of this population are Cantonese. No, not Cantonese. It's the Chaozhouhua descents. Yeah. Okay. In the past, the Taiwanese government has one central Mandarin policy, just encourage this language as a formal form or language, that in the education system and also the law system and the government center. And it's only Mandarin is allowed in the education system. But the Taiwanese Daigi population is quite huge. So in the entertainment system, like we still has a populous Daigi sounds or drama market. There are so many people are watching, even not only in Taiwan, but also in Southeast Asia. And it is also the rival marketing language that is spoken when you want to cut down the price, you will speak in Daigi. And right now, in 1993, this is the end of one language policy enforced by the Taiwanese government. It is once there's a limited broadcasting time for those non-Mandarin language in Taiwan. And after this year, we are all right to, if you have a market, you can broadcast in Daigi, Hakka, or Taiwanese formal languages. And we also had the Taiwanese Daigi language test. One is held by the Minister of Education, others by the Natural Cheng Kung University. And in 2017, we have passed the law that the Development of Natural Language Act, in Chinese it's called 国家语言发展法, that is passed in this year. That not only Mandarin, other language speaking in Taiwan should be one of the natural language. That also include those Taiwanese Formosa languages. Yeah, and we have a population written in POJ or written in Taiwanese Daigi Handi. And we also have some online dictionaries. Some are using the source from the Minister of Education's dictionary or some other forms that is published years ago by those, maybe the church system that have the Taiwanese Daigi dictionary. It's also available online. And recently I've discovered that the PTS Daigi station, that the public station in Taiwan, they have a Taiwanese Daigi station. They launched this 台语新词词库 that will decide which the new concept or new terms that they will have someone, researcher in charge to collect these terms and decide what it should called in Taiwanese Daigi. Okay, and this is other drama going on that there are so many various NNN Banangu or Taiwanese Daigi around Taiwan, China, Southeast Asia. So last year, and I think it's 2021, there's a split proposal for the NNN ISO 639-3 that we should split this NNN language code into 11 different language codes, such as Leizhou Ming, Hainanese, Haklo, Datianming, Zhongshan, and Zhuanzhou, Zenan Ming, Liusua, Zhongshan Ming. These 11. These should be split into 11 codes. But right now, it's still in pending state. They haven't had a meeting to decide if it should be split or not. So it's still ongoing. Okay, I mentioned this because someone will argue that why there is no independent, like Chaozhou language Wikipedia or Taiwanese Daigi Wikipedia of a Southeast Asia Ming Wikipedia. And I have to say that for the Wikimedia Foundation policy, if you want to have an independent Wikipedia site, you should have an independent language code. So someone in Taiwan doesn't like the name Mingnan, Minangu, so they decide Taiwanese Daigi should have a separate language code. And if it is possible for have a new code, language code for Taiwanese Daigi, then it's possible to have a separate Taiwanese Daigi Wikipedia site. Okay, this is already mentioned several slides ago. Here you can have a quick look at those different names about this NNN language. They have different names, but it's have different kind of a language exchange ability to speak. Speak in Singapore, if you speak in Taiwanese Daigi, it might have the chance you can talk to the locals. Okay, here we go to Wikimedia content. We had the Mingnan Wikipedia. That is, I think most of the contributors are from Taiwan. So they use the Taiwanese Daigi written system, maybe POJ, Tailuo, or the Handi's characters. And also on Wikidata, we have the ability to written in POJ or in Handi, with labels and descriptions. And we also have a Wikidata lexicon that is possible to make a dictionary on the Wikidata ecosystem. And we have Wikidictionary. We have the English, Chinese, and Mingnan Wikidictionary that we can cover the Mingnan or Daigi content. Okay, this is a typical Manangu Wikipedia articles that look like this one. It's written in POJ form. It's a Latin form of the Daigi or Manangu content. This is the county in the southeast part of Taiwan. It's called Taidong County. But due to the not that active community in NAN Wikipedia, the contents are not that big. Okay, here's the problem of the Wikipedia, NAN Wikipedia. And once upon a time, there's a very strong POJ force on the NAN Wikipedia. They're more encouraged POJ written form. They kind of suppress the Handi people, that they discourage it to contribution. Even for the community has some consensus that you can both written and POJ, but also in Handi way. And for the types of content on NNN Malangu Wikipedia, there are so many countries or administrations articles. There are not so many like the new concept like science, social science, that kind of stuff. And the worst part is we didn't have a much big community or doable community to do it. Okay, and even those spam company take advantage of the Malangu Wikipedia that they're inserting some spam articles on this platform to increase their SEO ranking by adding some randomness not relative content on the Malangu Wikipedia. Okay, and even we have done some imported on the Malangu NNN Wikipedia that have some duplicate items created on Wikipedia NNN. This is other cases that we have thousands of articles not linked on Wikidata. Some are duplicated, so we have to merge these duplicated Wikipedia articles. Yeah. Okay, this is on my previous talk. I talked about there are some duplicate Wikipedia articles on Malangu Wikipedia, that is Taipei City's village. But in this case, they all are solved and linked to the correct Wikipedia items. Okay, this is Taipei City's duplicate village case. It's already fixed. And this is good news on Wikidata. We not only the possible to written in POJ form, the Latin form writing Malangu, but also the possible to writing in Hanli. And here's an overview for the Southern Sinitic language that Hakka, Mindong, they all have POJ form and Hanli form to written their language. Yeah. And also on Wikidata, the ecosystem has a lexemen that can include the Malangu Dagi terms on the Wikidata. We're working quite hard to increase the lexemen's size. And also it's possible to include those various different accents like D. There's also other pronunciation do that's possible to store on by the Wikidata lexemens. On the sister project, OpenStreetMap, we have the possibility to adding not only the POJ, but also the Hanli Dagi name on the platform. This is something I'm doing on the OpenStreetMap, adding some name places around Taipei City, the name of this place in Dagi, not only POJ, but also in Hanli form. Okay, then here's a plan for the Malangu Wikipedia. That is, we should establish more Hanli articles because it is part of the whole history for the language. Not only POJ, but also it should be include Hanli articles. And we should make the administrative units articles parts much lower because we have some new concept like science. They should be also written on Wikipedia. And we also have established a Telegram group, Wikimedia NAN, to gather more contributors and doing some collaborations between online. And also you have to deal with the duplicate items on the Minnan Wikipedia. Okay, this is an example of the then on Chinese Wikipedia, we have some different regional varieties, like some movies in Hong Kong are called a name, some movies in Taiwan is called other name. Then it should be, we're using it's quite a manual transcribed system to convert the content to those, to different Chinese varieties. On Malangu Wikipedia, it should have some kind of the adaptation of the system to deal with the different regional ancients or terms difference. Okay, here is my end of the slides. I'll be around here for quite a while. You can have any question, you can, yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone in the room. Hello, everyone watching online or on catch-up at whatever speed you're using. Yeah, 大家好, selamat datang. Welcome to my session. I'm Derek Chan. I'm a bureaucrat and administrator of the Cantonese Wikipedia. And today, I will talk about the history of the Cantonese Wikipedia, a summary of the 17 years of it, and how it interacts with the written Cantonese literary movement and the wider Wikimedia movement. And to start with, I want to ask you all a question. How many of you went to a school where you speak and write in different languages within the same class? Yeah, we've got some hands in the room. If that's you, you're not alone. Hong Kong is educating everybody like that. In the education system in Hong Kong, we're taught to be biliterate and trilingual. What that means is that in terms of written languages, we are taught English and written Chinese. But in spoken languages, we are taught English and then we're taught spoken Cantonese and spoken Mandarin or Putonghua. So in the education system, we learn that the languages map to each other like English is English, whereas standard written Chinese maps to both Cantonese and Putonghua, but grammatically is closer to Putonghua. And so people have this sense that actually you can write Cantonese verbatim, but that's discouraged in the school system. So the example sentence I've got here is that in English, the weather is good today. The weather is great today. In Putonghua, it would be 今天天气很好. You can also say that out loud in Cantonese, 今天天氣很好, but that is not the most natural way of speaking in Cantonese, which would be 今日天氣好好. If you wrote the last sentence in a school lesson, it would be marked as wrong. You're writing in the vernacular, not the written language. And so it is in this background that the Cantonese Wikipedia was founded. It was established in 2006 when the English and Chinese Wikipedias were already thriving Wikimedia projects. And so right from the start, there were two main objections. Number one is, why are you doing a new edition that does not have benefit in spreading knowledge? Because everybody who is literate in written Cantonese are, by the definition of the education system, also literate in either standard English or standard Chinese, probably both. The second objection comes from more linguistic ignorance about the language environment of the Cantonese language and the places where it's spoken. Some people say, don't we have Chinese bracket Hong Kong already? What's the difference? And so in the early days of Cantonese Wikipedia, there was a lot of emphasis on differentiation. The community wanted to make sure we were different from the Chinese Wikipedia. And I've highlighted on the slide on the left here some key differences in terminology, where we chose to be different from standard Chinese. For example, Chinese Wikipedia would say 小作品, whereas Cantonese Wikipedia would say 攝位文. There were lots of innovation in terms of the tools we use. For example, we have our in-house traditional simplified Chinese conversion gadgets because unlike Chinese Wikipedia, we wanted to do dialect compromise and have one written version, and it's based on Chinese characters. The choice of Chinese characters, there was much experimentation with it, with different literary movements trying to compete on what characters to use for the grammatical particles and slightly uncommon words that are only found in Cantonese. And there were also experiments in phonetic orthography in terms of both how we transcribe the pronunciations of words and in the early days, writing articles in Latin-based writing systems as well. That carried on for a few years with the Cantonese Wikipedia basically being an experiment. But a lot changed in 2014 when the big umbrella social movements happened in Hong Kong. The big question there was, well, can Hong Kong have a new language identity, a new cultural identity based on language? Some of you who are well-versed of history might know that the popular mood in Hong Kong was very Chinese patriotic in the 1980s to the 2000s, with Beijing Olympics as the peak of that. But by 2014, politics has changed, and much of the city was disillusioned with this patriotism. So there was a need for a new identity, and what better to put it onto as the local written language. And so in the few years after that, there was a big expansion in the Cantonese literary movement. I've put in a few examples here. Some of these are put in links. So we've got Yue Din, which is a crowdsourced Cantonese dictionary that uses Cantonese to explain Cantonese. We've got Gong Yu Hok, which is a written Cantonese blog about education. We've got Wei Heng, a literature magazine for the written Cantonese language. We've got popular media that started using Cantonese in their written subtitles rather than standard Chinese. And we've got translations of classical literature into Cantonese. And the Cantonese Wikipedia is simply now one participant in one big literary movement. And so in this time, there was much growth and convergence to popular culture. Cantonese Wikipedia is no longer an experiment, it's now a participant in the wider literary Cantonese movement. So it converts towards prevalent orthography in Hong Kong media and the diaspora. We adopt inter-wiki standards in technology and policies, and we embrace a lot of cross-wiki innovation like Wikidata info boxes here. And I'd like to shout out to my fellow admins, Dr. Grey Wolf, H7AC, 67C, and Shinji Man, who were alongside me in this journey of standardization and expansion. And so here is a overview of key Cantonese Wikipedia policies. So in order to promote article writing and content creation in a language that does not have a fully standardized written form, we have a gentleman's agreement where each article is first come, first serve. Unless you're writing the whole thing from scratch, please follow the orthography of the person who started that part of the article. The second thing is, we know we are small and most of our readers and writers are also fluent in English and standard Chinese. And therefore, there is a tendency to, or in fact, there is an official policy to defer to English Wikipedia policies and then Chinese Wikipedia policies in that order, unless a local policy has been ratified. And the third thing is we really embrace global features like Wikipedia, Wikidata info boxes, as I've spoken about. And you can see in the middle there, the inclusion policy or the notability criterion is officially based on the English and Chinese policies with a few local modifications. So where do we go from here? Well, the Cantonese Wikipedia has a small but active community. We want to stay relevant in the wider literary Cantonese movement. But one new challenge and opportunity that has arisen is the fact that all the political changes since 2019 happened. And there is now both social change in Hong Kong itself and mass movements of people, mainly from Hong Kong to Western, mostly English-speaking countries. So there is now a growing diaspora who are strongly Cantonese in their identity and less so identifying as Chinese, but they want to preserve some kind of Hong Kong or Cantonese heritage. So this diaspora is looking for Cantonese teaching material, and Wikipedia, as a member of this movement, hopefully will be able to both contribute to that emerging standardization of Cantonese language education and also in turn be influenced by the standardization of written Cantonese and therefore move towards more professional presentations of like particular social science and scientific content on Cantonese Wikipedia. And my last request for anybody from Wikimedia Foundation Technology who is reading this presentation right now, we've had this problem since 2006 when Cantonese Wikipedia was founded, language codes weren't properly standardized, and so we had this ZH prefix in front of our domain name. The correct language code for Cantonese is YUE. If you can change the domain name, which has been a stalled bug for the last 10 plus years, please listen to me and fix it right now. Thank you so much. Good. Yeah.
Because this is not original schedule. Originally, that Derek is paired with Australian sessions. And my sessions is paired with, I think, the Amis or the Puyoma sessions. And we insist that we both two soft and semantic language should be one by one. And now that we have, we successfully pursue the program committee to have the more realistic sessions schedule. Yeah.
That's great. Is there an, who's the next presentation? Oh. Oh, there, yes.
Next one.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Yu Gan Yu, and I'll be translate from yes.
Java ya mapuya, au ngadan di Taiwan ya balilo, kemasi Taiwan akan, se Java kala akan. Tutsua kadau, uri aku si jauh cikar janumun, avana kemuda izin tu menecivecik ta Wikipedia noa sepaiwan. Naki jauh cikar aman tua pacara kacunangan katua semer-semer.
Hello everyone. My name is Jiayuan from Taiwan, Taitung, and today I'm going to talk to you about our Taiwan Wikipedia and about the articles of ethno plans and traditional naming system.
Uri malayawal izin taisu. Sangat-sangasan uri kivuwakan taisu aku kinalian, kemasi ngadan na semer-semer. Kau sika masan musal, uri kivuwakan taza sangas a kinalian, na kacunangan na ngadan. Kau bili-bilian, avana pacala a maka semer-semer aku binacik itua wiki kemasi tutuanga.
Okay, so today I'm going to talk to you about the main three parts. And first one, we'll talk about my tribe named after a plant. And the second one, I'm going to talk about the old tribe, and the name of the land. And the third part, I will talk about the current Wikipedia articles of plants.
Kau sangat-sangat izo asika takalya kemuliaan sun tai chu semula.
Okay, first, I would like to ask you guys here, do you know this plant or have you ever seen this plant before?
Ai chu semula kanadun ayaman. Avana vauj sa uri kemerap ai chu semula taza kashu. Izo tuku kau uri makadijin Arabu vangar taisu tu parisi kata masan zangar.
So this plant we call in our language called kanadunadung. And in English name show here, and you can Google it later if you can. And it's one of the most important plant for us to use to celebrate to gods or to do some praise when we use this plant.
Kau uri ku sija ceka janmun izoanga rusa kinalian avana jauchikar avana javukar avana kanarun. Ai chua kanaruna kinalian izoa miningan masan na liawanan kanadunadun imaza kajunangan sa papungadan nia lamalemayan tai chua kinalian kanarun aya.
Okay, and now I'm going to talk about there are two tribes. One called Javugat, and the other one called Ganadun. And there is the legend told by the elders from the tribe, from the local. So there, the name is from the story, the mythology. So we have this name.
Kau ai chua javukar kinalian izua miningan guta kasi choyan yanga izuanga chau kaki naki jajaran jaya mamazanian tua pajawang. Kau nasa mamaza dia maju I kinalian nanga na patsun dia maju taza kashu venuva nu demabau sa malyawa dia maju kau papungadan da timija kinalian ja vukar aya. Ai sua vukar aya dia maju avana kashu pasukan.
So about the name of this tribe, Davugad, it's in the old time we have the story. One day there is a group of people and led by the traditional leader and to the land, and they saw the plant and growing there. So they named the tribe, the local place, this name, Davugad.
Nakira ngenda ngaken tu liawa jau chikra namaya tusu itua kinalian sa nakamelyangaken tu ai sua nimija kai izua pasukan pajara nia cemer.
So it's because that I heard a lot of stories about like this. So I found that like it's very interesting in Taiwan language itself. It has a lot related to plants to the land, not only the language.
Kau shika masa musal ai sua zuma ngada na kajunangan wasika shika ayaman avana ja sangas kinalian noa javukar. Ka 1930 Xavier izua huris na lipun shifu naki pa jawang nia kinalian pasa tua kalizukan. Yakwa ika lemau ui mamajanilan sa aminanga semamaza I wasika shikau. Ka kapicu aru 차비량아 사 이조앙아 차우차우 스마마자 이 가지주간 이 간나룬.
And actually, before there is the old tribe, the name called Vasika Shikao, and it's in the 1930. Taiwan at that time is taken over by Japanese government. So the Japanese government, under the rule of the Japanese government, the people of the tribe was forced to move. And later the leader say, yes, okay, then we move. And then it's the history of the tribe.
와시가시가오 아이수앙아다나 바수간 아바나 리야와 가오 이마자 사 우리 기가오 아멘 다이 루아.
So as you can see, in the tribe, we have a lot of plants like this, as the picture see here.
Kau azuma ngada na kacunangan avana jala yap. Kau na kivu dia ramayan uta nu secevong tua sakejuan kinalian uli kilarain ta sakejua cau izua i kacunangan na kica kinalian sa maya masebut tua sakejuan. Aza kacunangan sa pinaka ta jalala avana layap pasukan manu izua ita kura jarayap aya dia yamaran sa pabungadan kinalian.
So here is another name of the tribe called Darajap, and it's in the old time. The elders say when people get sick in the tribe, so we have this name to help to get away the sick, not can help people be healthy, not no sick.
Aichu zuma ngada na kacunangan izua kaciacilai avana pasukan diau kacilai izua katu izua tangas izua chuken aizua chuken pasukan avana izuanga zalyung aya laman maka tijen temeger cau izua kasedas aizua kasedas pasukan maka ti pasun ta cemedas imaza cau.
So here, as we can see the picture, there are also many names in Taiwan. It's very interesting. So first we can see Achidachidai. It means we have many rocks or stones. So the place, we name the place, it's called Achidachidai, rocks. And also we have the name called Gadu, it means mountain. When the place we see many mountains, we call it Gadu, and have mountains. And also we have some place, for example, we place to get water, and we call it Tugan. And there's water, then we can get the water and we can drink. And also there's a name called Gatsidas. Gatsidas means the rise of the sun. So at the Gatsidas, we can see the rise of the sun.
Saka uri pataki yaken venechigta jauchigre noa pinaiwanan katua mara di mali cemer.
So because of all this, I think that Taiwan language is very interesting. So I start to write and record the story between Taiwan language and plant.
Ka 2021 차비안 naki chachiur benechi akan ta pinaiwanan idua wiki sa na penejan akan venechik tua jakai ka tua shika kudanan noa cemer idua Taiwan wiki aza ku kini vatakan ta yamalyamalyan ku si venchik.
So since 2021, I started to participate in writing Taiwan Wikipedias and join the group of Taiwan user group. And later, I try to write more about the Taiwan traditions and Taiwan plants. And also, not only I write, also I go back to ask the elders the meaning or the use of the language.
那本呢，那本你里加根大九七个人诺古吉纳连沙文的气氛七阿根一多维基高，把储存沙基加盐多加杜布，努伊说啊马勒蒂马里安诺加杜布啊西阿亚阿万那古七上啊文的七啊九七个人诺吉纳连。
So when I start to write Taiwan Wikipedias, I also read a lot of books as a reference. And many books in the old time, they record the history of Taiwan.
马上伊说马勒蒂马里安诺加西巴苏干啊加盖，马万那奇那瓦里丹诺马勒加吉纳连，萨卡乌里巴卡来一件沙巴正尼。
And also, as we know, Taiwan is not only a community, we have many communities, many tribes. So the Taiwan language itself can be diverse in different places, in different tribes. So there is a lot we need to learn, and there is a lot of more tribes we need to visit, and we need to respect each other, even we have different expression in different Taiwan tribes.
Saka ulia me juruvu a kacalisian na kacaciu a veneci itua wiki tusu. Sa ja patsuni a kakaian no nama kuda a nuakan. Saka ma patsun tu ja kudai a veneci a na shika takalian a ki jau chikere. Ai chu a ja china rivatan a jara nama belyuk tua tari tua sensengan.
And so we really hope to recruit more Taiwan people and to join us to together write Taiwan Wikipedia. And then when we really take part in the project, we can see the diversity of our own language. And we can show how the language itself keeps the local stories.
读书那ki turu anan a sa Venecia ken ta jau chikere noa ku kinalian. Nasa jumak tua liao a sinan malian noa jakai uta. Saka ulia ki kilangada mun ta jau chikere sa Venecia a miringan. Mari masaru.
And now I'm still on the path, learning and writing about my own community, my own tribe. And I did find in Taiwan language we say ligidan. I don't really know how to express it, but it's we say subtlety of the Taiwan language. So I would also like to encourage you all to listen to the story and write the story. Thank you.
Bidibidinyan ai chu a ku kinalian a pajaya a ma ka tsemer. Izo a arua puruk saka unangwanga aku binechik.
So there is the vocabulary. We can see for now I write many. I have written many plants on Taiwan Wikipedias. So all of this.
Oh, animari masaru.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, and finally, he want to sing from Taiwan song for all of you. And it's about, the lyrics about, it's very happy that we can get all together here. So.
Mari mari tu sa ca tao ho ia ho ana ho hayan sa chơ ca na ma na su la su ho ian ho ana ho hayan ba si ca cai ya se me nai ho ia ho ana ho hayan sa chơ ca na ma si le van ho ia ho ana ho hayan u ya na ma le va na ke ma pi le. Masalu.
Thank you.
Today,
I hear there's some confusion amongst the live audience here. So what's going to happen next is that the Puyuma talk will be played as a recording, and then it will be the Army's live session, I think. Yeah.
hello everyone. Today, the presentation of my talk is how can we utilize Wikidata to protect Puyuma, an endangered language. Linguists in Taiwan have recorded Puyuma language. However, there are a lot of differences across the Puyuma dialects. In order to improve upon the current Puyuma dictionaries and current textbooks, I'm working on a strategy that includes first, a lexicographical-based glossary database. Second, mapping, and third, potentially linguistic analysis based on the use of the tools from Wikidata and Wikipedia. However, due to the limitation of this talk, I will be only speaking on the existing non-linked open data set and the search result on the Wikidata tool. Yes, in these talks, I'll be covering the overall situations of the Puyuma language, the urgency to save the Puyuma language, the scarcity of the language, and how can you help reverse the situations by using Wikimedia. And here's a list of the tribes in Taiwan. They are Ataya, Paiwan, Armins, Lukai, Zhou, Bunan, Puyuma, Saxiat, Yamin, Tao, Teruko, Kavalan, Sakizaya, and Sedik. Yes, and this is the existing data about Puyuma. They are mostly based on the records from our government, institutions, and educational partners and who have computed the data. First, This is from the website from the Zhenji University, and they have a anthropological departments, and for them they have computed ethnographical data which includes Puyuma. Yes, and this is a list of data they have captured and also recorded under ethnographicals. And this is actually, you can see that this is under our Council of Indigenous Peoples. And third, on the Libraries of Congress, you can see that, as I mentioned earlier, there are a few Beinan dialect has been recorded. This is a lexicographical base. So you have Beinan, Panapayan, Penang, and Penang, and Pinamont, Pigmont, and Puma, and these are these can be referred to the same, but due to the polynomials properties of the data structure, so it can actually have multiple terminologies that appears in being recorded on the Libraries of Congress data, and therefore we can also see that there are also Puyuma people and the Puyuma languages, and they are based on several scholastic sources. And lastly, you have also seen that there are records from the National Libraries of Israel, and as usual, these topical terms, they are actually have different variation, derivative, and here, this is a search result on the Wikidata tool. Firstly, Puyuma's LD link open data Glen, and there are 28 files in the category trees. 8 files were views, 22 pages on Wiki's entries, and total 10,440 files views. That data of one page could not be loaded from the WNF page view application error. This is sometimes due to the abstractions of data. And here, let's say if you access first to Bagland tool and go to one of the entry, we can find that this is the Puyuma people in a formal clothing. And it links to the relevant wiki entries. And for example, Puyuma tribes or the Nanwang tribes, and all these are the several tribes that have the link open data under this property, Puyuma peoples in formal clothing. And as we use the locator tools, we can see that there are several files and multimedia sources that have been attributed to this. And also, and don't forget that every outdated photo has a GPS property. And therefore, once you extract this property, and you can use our OpenStreetMap to show the exact location, but in this case, due to the type of privacy issues, I did not show the exact location of where is this picture being taken on this relevant map. And next, as I said earlier, and you can actually extract the GPS location, but in this case, this is the pictures of a historical painting. In this case, it was not show the actual location of this picture, but rather the location of this picture. For example, it could be kept in museums in Taiwan, and that will shows the location of the institutions. And don't forget that we have a sister project which is goes well with OpenStreetMap. OpenStreetMap, as I said earlier, it reviews and also complements the GPS data of the Wikidata, and therefore usually Wikidata is an object locator, and for us GPS itself is attributes of the photos. The reason why we're showing P625 is P625 is a property to locate the Puyuma. Yes, and also under Q the Q property, which also another important terminology for the Wikidata, Puyuma has the Q property of Q706500, and for that you can actually review this link to the Library of Congress and National Library of Israel's ID and how it appears on the on the commons categories. And here these are the relevant Q items on Puyumas, and this is all list they can all link to the Puyuma. As I said, there are some discrepancy and when people key in the data, and Puyuma can refer to the Puyuma as a general term, generic term, the people, and how there are some sub categories, and for example phonologies and grammars, and they are not under the same terms when people create a data entry. And for example, under Puyuma people, and you have an option actually to introduce your contribution to the Puyuma. For example, here, this is a place for you to contribute to your parts. Here, these are the list of photos that have been uploaded by many people. They uploaded their images, for example. This image photo are taken when people visit the Puyuma tribes, or there are also some photo you can see that obviously historical, and there could be uploaded by people who have access to literature materials, and they upload their historical photo relating to Puyumas and onto this Puyuma category. And how you can actually contribute about Puyuma? Yes, you can do your part by upload the photo to here, and these are the steps. For example, however, under conditions that you must first register as a Wikipedia or under Wikimedia. The Wikimedia is a huge ecosystem. First, let's define how Wikidata fit into this Wikimedia's ecosystem. Wikidata is the linked open data project for the Wikimedia projects. The Wikimedia's Foundation is an organization that runs all Wikimedia's projects. The Wikimedia's Foundation has chapters all over the world, including Germany. Wikimedia Deutschland is a non-profit organization that builds and maintains Wikidata. There are other Wikimedia projects, sister projects that you may come across as you edit, such as Wikipedias, Wikidictionaries, and Wikibooks, among the others. Since Wikidata items can use media, you can also hear about Wikimedia's Commons, which is the media repository that all Wikimedia projects use. It's similar to Wikidata in that others Wikimedia project, which pulls the images and other medias from the central repository. It is a difference from Wikidata in the Commons, and it is exclusively for media, like what I mentioned earlier. Is for you to store the photos, and when you actually encounter some historical photos about Puyuma, you can actually also upload. And Wiki Education is a non-profit organization that's separate from Wikimedia. It teaches individuals how to use and contribute to Wikimedia objects. We envision a broader and more diversified Wikimedia ecosystem, and welcome public and academic contribution, in which the students, the scholars, and institutions of higher learning are actively engaged in investigating and representing the language. As you can see that, we can say Wikidata is almost functions like a backend, and it's an SQL language that which it organizes and arranges the items and arrays of items appears in the Wikimedia's projects. And here is a list of biographies that's relevant for my talks, and the first four are the linked open data that already been categorized and to computate on the relevant data through the Puyuma language. And you also have some tools which developed by my other colleagues that are working on to improve on glance, locators, and squeeze and Scholar, which these tools they help to facilitate people to extract data from using Wikidata to extract data from the Wikimedia Commons. And let's say if you are interested to know about how to operate this Wikidata, then you can go to this outreach dashboard and to read about the training materials. And lastly, and there's another project which is a scholastic contribution to the Puyuma language that can be found in these academic institutions. Okay, this is the end of my talk, and I wish that maybe you can pause about 5 minutes here and we can discuss, and I will be online at this time, and we can actually share and tell me what you think about this talk and how can I improve on this. And if you have any questions, you can also send to my email address here.
Good afternoon, everybody. We say, I hope we are Amish tribe, an indigenous people from Taiwan. We call ourselves tribe is a singing and a dancing tribe. So after our presentation, we can singing and dancing. 我说我们是唱歌跳舞就没错了。Nowadays, our language is leased and endangered by the United States. So today, we want to tradition our lifestyle and the traditional clothing and the language. So the first one, we want to welcome the Mr. Liu.
Hello， 大家好，我是刘秀霞，阿木伊是我阿美族的名字。那我是来自于台湾这个美丽的岛屿。我今天要先说的是海洋文化，因为我们在台湾呢，这就是我们的台湾的大地图。在台湾原住民族总共有16个族群，那16个语言别有42个方言别，那当中还有一些是没有发掘出来的一些语言。那当中我们是阿美族，那我们目前已经有5个原住民族语已经上架到维基百科里面去，那我们是其中一个，我们是阿美族。那大家在地图里面可以看得到，我们阿美族是分布在东海岸一带，沿海毗邻太平洋。那在这个是我们世界的大地图，在台湾的旁边就是太平洋。那所以之所以会讲到海洋文化的部分，太阳照射到我们的太阳照射到我们的海洋的时候，是会形成一个美丽的一幅画。那还不是拿来看的，好，那是我们大自然的冰箱。在我们原住民里面，阿美族里面是靠山吃山，靠海吃海。我们的族语会说：明阿达爱多罗多，米吉达罗多罗多啊，马乌里。明阿达爱多利亚，米吉达罗多利亚啊，马乌里。也就是说，我们在这个世界上天所给我们的一些大自然里面，我们取之不尽，永续与爱护。既然我们这些东西是从上天来的，那我们就必须要有一个感恩的心。那我们常常会说， 海岸就像阿美族人的冰箱，不会像我们就是形成一幅画一样，这样子静静的欣赏。我们阿美族人总是会用我们的全身的感官去来进入海洋。那我们所有的食物都从海洋出来，从山林里面出来。那在我们在阿美族在6月到9月、10月的时候呢，我们会举行一个海祭、捕鱼祭，还有河祭。甚至还有我们的丰年祭，丰年祭是我们阿美族最大的一个祭典。那我们举行这些祭典呢，就是要祈求平安，让我们的农作物能够丰收。那我们就会举行这些祭典的时候呢，就会穿着我们这些美丽的衣裳。那待会我们就会由我们的慧娟阿鲁费来帮我们做一个服饰的介绍。
你好，阿鲁拜公安安的马古，我是来自美丽宝岛台湾，我叫王慧娟。接下来，陈如刚刚说，我们阿妹所讲的，我们丰年祭典最重要的就是我们的服饰。有没有发现我的服饰跟他的服饰比较不一样哦？他的是比较红色，我的是比较怎么样彩色？谢谢。好，那接下来我要讲的是我们阿美族的服饰文化。在我们阿美族现在正在举行的就是我们的丰年祭。丰年祭是在干什么呢？就是在祭祖还有庆祝丰收的时候。那我们都知道阿美族丰年祭时间都是在这个时间，所以有很多的各个部落都会自发性的来展开我们的丰年庆典。那比如说有一些丰年祭啊、迎宾舞啊、丰年舞啊、耕种舞，都要穿着我们的服饰来参与这样的盛会。那在我们丰年庆典的流程呢，有包含迎灵、宴灵、送灵这几个阶段。好，服饰非常的重要，我们每一个服饰上面都有一个图腾。那图腾呢，对于原住民来说，图腾它是一种标志，也是一种希望，更是一种精神，也是我们的文化的民族的文化。所以阿美族基本的信仰叫做什么？太阳，太阳就被称为我们的伊娜，伊娜就是妈妈。好，伊娜就是妈妈，就是母亲。诚如太阳怎么样？有8角星的什么图腾？我身上穿的这个阿鲁富就是情人带，它就是8角星的什么图腾？这是阿美族最具有代表的图腾之一哦。那图腾象征着是宇宙的力量，还有如同母亲一样，怎么样保护着我们，时时刻刻的守护着我们的子女。好，小时候呢，有没有穿过妈妈自己缝制的衣服？有吼，对，很好，是不是充满了很多温暖的爱？那阿美族的母亲呢，她会使用的是十字绣。我这个衣服就是我这个阿鲁富，就是个情人带，就是用十字绣去做怎么样编织的去绣的，然后她会送给他的子女，当成是一个成年礼的礼物，把它穿戴在自己的孩子身上，代表着父母亲对我们的疼爱与关怀。好，那再来就是我们阿美族的服饰呢，它有一些差别。就像我们刚刚的秀霞，麻烦你再起立一下。好，穿着红色色系的，就是属于台湾以北，他们的原住民阿美族都是穿着红色色系。可是像我穿着这样子比较彩虹色系的，是台湾以北以南的那个台东阿美族的服饰，所以我们的服饰比较不一样。谢谢。好，所以我们可以看到2个穿着服饰，你就可以去知道我们不一样的地方在哪里。那在丰年祭的庆典里面，有一个最重要的就是年龄阶级的一个什么不同的穿戴方式。这也就是在伊犁信就是丰年节，大家穿着传统服饰很丰富多样，而且最具有族群特色的部分。好，比如说像这个年轻人叫斯拉就是未成年的少年组，上衣不穿，只穿片裙这样子。那接下来第2个阶段叫做巴嘎鲁爱，就是18岁到21岁的青年组，他就穿迷你裙，然后再搭配什么毛线帽，再加衣服。到了32岁到36岁之间，叫做妈妈努嘎巴，那就是穿着就是比较成年，就是完整的传统服饰。那再来就是长老级，好，就像我们的那个蔡宗涵教授一样，教授请起立。 他们就只要穿着这样子就好，佩戴一个情人带，这样就可以了。谢谢，请坐。那我们女生呢，就是穿着这样，台东阿美族的就是穿着这样子，花莲阿美族的就是穿着红色系列的这样子，就可以分辨出来。好，这就是我们服饰的级别。那接下来呢，在我结束之前呢，跟各位分享一段影片，那可以看看我们丰年节的庆典是怎么穿的。
你都见识过了吗？在要去参加这个庆典之前呢，我们一定要先从这个服装开始了解一下我们原住民这个服装的这个文化，而且是每一套衣服它都是有典故的。走，我们去看衣服啦。来哦，
来哦，
洪老师
是
哦，原来就是你哦。
嗨，
那个我今天有一个事情哦，想要请你帮忙。好，那我今天要去参加丰年祭，我应该要怎么穿才是最有礼貌，而且就是最符合标准的？
你今年几岁？
今年几岁哦？我34岁。
阶层年纪最轻的来中澳。
好，
我这里有衣服，我帮你穿。
啊，这不是裙子。
裙子
啊？你给我穿裙子？
对，
我穿男生的呢。
可是最年龄阶层最小的就是要穿裙子啊。我们先用腰带好了。
你用腰带是不是？
对，没错。
所以这个就又绑在后面这样哦。
对对对对。
哦，
然后呢，情人带，它要背的话，它有一个禁忌，就是你不能从左边背到右边，你一定要从右边背到
斜左边。
对对对，你一定要这样。这个是去参加祭典的背法，往这边背是去参加丧礼，然后
一定要绑一条。
没有绑头
哦，绑头了，
对对，因为这个年龄阶层还不能插羽毛，对，女生可以插毛茸茸的羽毛，但是男生不行。
这是男生的穿法吗？
对，男生的穿法是这样。
那如果不小心那个喜欢的姑娘的时候，是要怎么知道说她有没有心上的？
头饰。
哦，头饰是不是？哦，有头饰。那头饰应该要怎么看呢？
你会看到他们这样子插，这样子羽毛有没有？这大概是1岁到25岁左右。
这样的话是有心上的吗？还没哦，这个就是有机会。
对，有机会。那你没有机会的是这个。
为什么？
就是可能是人家的女朋友。
就像脸书上面一样，交往中，但是还保有可以好友的空间。
哎，对，很聪明，很聪明，
太厉害，太厉害。
然后呢，带这个的
完全没有机会，
没有机会。
为什么？
这个的话是有结了婚、有小孩的了，大概是带到50岁。
哦，50岁。
然后50岁以上的就带这样子的。
哎呦，
带这样，然后
镂空呢哦。
是。
交往中，但仍有可以存在保留的空间。
还是
这个呢，结了婚有小孩了，看看不要动，动的不能动。
哎，
这个是完全镂空的状态，就是你连碰都不能碰。
好，这就是我们的服装式。刚刚有一个重点，就是我的这个情人带要从左边背还是从右边背？对，从右边背下来叫做丰年祭的庆典，但是如果从左边背下去叫做办丧事，所以都不能背错哦。好，那接下来就是我们还有一个最重要的一个部分，就是我们语言的部分。我们接下来交给我们的马萨乌尼嘎尔。
Hello， 我叫马绍尼嘎尔，属于阿美族的名字啊。台湾大家都知道，台湾是一个受到外来政权的统治，从早期的满清政府、日本再下来的现在的国民政府。当然，这些外来的统治的官方语言，目前是以华语为主啊。那我们台湾的原住民有16个族群，都是属于南岛语系的原住民，所以语言呢、文化，它的文字大概都用拉丁化的 文字来记录。那不同于华语的这个汉字的记载记录哈。比如说，像这个语言叫古马恩嘎古多麦，所以我们的语言就是吃我饭。那华语的说法就是我吃饭，所以我们的语言就是这样说的啊。所以不同于华语的说法。我们的使命哈，目前台湾阿美族的语言是濒危的状态所谓的濒危，就是我们已经没有文字了，也没有语言了。那我刚刚讲的就是我们都是以华语为主，他把我们南岛语系的原住民或者是阿美族的语言当作地方语言的时候，政府都强调要我们说华语，不要我们说我们自己的语言。当然，到目前为止，在濒危状态的原住民南岛语族的语言呢，我们在做翻译的工作，当然是很困难的。就如我刚刚所说的，古曼嘎古短麦，吃我饭，跟我吃饭是不一样的，而且文字也是不一样的。所以我们现在在极力在做一个翻译的工作。那阿美族维基的建制建制是一个语言的复振的一个机会了。透过这个维基百科，将我们阿美族的这样的语言再复振起来。那也可以说了我们现在在做这个复振的语言的工作呢，大概是上苍赋予我们的一个使命吧。那希望我们的将来从这个濒危的语言呢，透过维基百科，能够公诸于世界的每一个角落，让世界的每一个角落的民族的人都能够看到我们阿美族的这个文化或者是语言的呈现。那期盼各位给我们一个很好的掌声和支持，谢谢。
好，下面我要补充就是，那我们如何去复振？Our language is an endangered language. To how we recover our language is my topic. 第一个传承的意思，我们要自己对自己的认同。刚刚马少先生有提到就是因为过去都是华语，我们不能讲自己的语言，因此我们的民主意识会比较薄弱。因此，我们就要有一个强烈的民主意识。然后，我们再利用这个数位。现在数位有很多种的这个资源可以利用，比如影音的、文字的，还有特别是维基百科，我们就用这个维基百科来做一个复振的一个工作那另外一个就结合各种的人才，比如电脑的、语言学的，还有一些影音的这些人来去做都是我们要结合的这些人才所以这些我们现在都一直在做这些然后这个结合各种各界的人才，当然这里面我刚刚讲就是语言学的、 翻译的、电脑程式的、软体设计的，最重要就是编辑跟翻译啊，这个是很重要的一个工作哈。所以我们维基百科，我们也有创造很多的新的这个词汇哈，新的词汇。那另外一个，我们也有一个线上的字典，阿美的字典。所以透过我们在这样的一个翻译的过程里面哈，来去做这些好，这就是我们未来要做的，就是这些工作哈。比如说到部落，刚刚讲老人家，我就是老人，还有一个是文化工作者，这是我们要参考的对象。另外就是专家哈，所以我们现在已经建立了8000多个条目，然后我们的词汇也有40几万字哈，所以这些都是我们未来要努力的一个方向。最后我们要提到就是我们怎么样去复振我们自己的语言。第一个，我们自己的努力是非常的重要。另外一个，维基百科的团队的支持跟鼓励才是我们更重要的部分哈。那最后我们还是希望在线上能够做更多的学习。以上是我们今天的报告We are want to thinking and dancing。好。那罗哇那罗哇那希，巴西蒂拉，因海呀。那罗哇那罗哇那希哟因海呀。海呀那咿哟因哦海呀，海呀那咿哟因海呀那咿哟因海呀。Thank you very much.
Lock myself in the dark, try to fake some security, where the better things are, and my shadow can't follow me. Something's haunting me. Charades and fever dreams. And I'm holding desperately till what's left of me before I fall apart. Searching for anything to fight these enemies, but my only enemy is in my heart. Losing friends as fast as I've been losing sleep. It's overcast and I'm always 6 feet deep inside my mind. So this is goodbye. Goodbye. Take a drive in my car, try to find my reality. Slam my fist on the wheel, over again till my knuckles bleed. 'Cause I wanna feel something, stuck in a fever dream. Make me believe something more than this fever dream. I'm holding desperately till what's left of me before I fall apart. Searching for anything to fight these enemies, but my only enemy is in my heart. Losing friends as fast as I've been losing sleep. It's overcast and I'm always 6 feet deep inside my mind. So this is goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.
testing. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to invite all of our speakers today to come forward. Yeah. Take the position, and we'll start in a bit. All right. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon, and whoever catching us later at our online platforms. Welcome to our public policy conversation roundtable today. My name is Ramzi Mulyawan. I am from Wikimedia Indonesia, and with me are my colleagues from the ECAP region today, joining you to discuss the challenges and opportunities that are facing our Wikimedia communities in the region in terms of public policy and its impact to our communities. In the past 5 or 10 years, we have seen governments across the world actually issuing regulations and laws governing the digital spaces, ranging from copyright, digital surveillance, content moderation, platform liability, and even artificial intelligence. That does not only impact us in the real life, but also us as the contributors to the Wikimedia movements, our editors, our administrators, and our offline organizers. So in this roundtable session today, we'll try to see and learn from the experiences of each regions or each countries within the ECAP region. For those of you who are not familiar with the terms, ECAP covers East Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. Is one of the regions of the Wikimedia movement that spans across the part of the world. And it is born out of the movement strategy process that aims for Wikimedia to become an infrastructure for free knowledge by the year of 2030, by fostering region-based collaboration in many strategic areas, including public policy and its impacts for our Wikimedia communities. So we are in the ECAP, this region. We have a very diverse language communities, project communities, affiliates, or even unorganized communities that are facing the impacts of the public policies issued by our governments in the region. And we'd like to learn more how each of the countries and project communities face those, and probably we can learn one thing or two about how we can collaborate further as a region to move forward to explore these challenges. I'd like to invite my colleague, Amanda Lawrence from Wikimedia Australia, to start us today. Amanda, feel free.
Hi, everyone. Do I just click the mouse? Yes. Great to be here in Singapore, and I'd like to thank Ramzi for organising this and session, and all my fellow speakers, and thanks to the core organising team for all their hard work putting this together. So I'm going to I think we've got about 5 minutes, so just to briefly go through some of the issues around public interest knowledge advocacy. There's various ways we could think about the kinds of frame that we put around the issues that interest us. but that's sort of my frame for it. Does the mouse work or? The green button. Great. Okay, great. There's public interest knowledge advocacy covers quite a lot of different issues, really. So we have our more traditional issues of copyright reform, open access. I've been quite involved in the open access to academic and other types of material. But then more recently, we've got responsible AI and internet and digital platform governance. And some of you might be familiar with a recent book called Choke Point Capitalism, which is kind of talking about the commercial dominance of digital platforms and what that means. In Australia, we've got particular issues around Indigenous data governance and metadata standards and Indigenous cultural intellectual property, which is something that's been quite active in the last few years particularly. It's becoming more of an issue that we all need to really address. We've also kind of gone out on a limb with a media bargaining code, which you may not have known, but as a result of that, Facebook actually, shut down their news media in Australian platforms, and quite a lot of other websites as well in that process. We have mis and disinformation campaigns, digital inclusion, including into remote communities, is a big issue, particularly for Indigenous communities, but also for rural communities. And privacy law. Our laws hasn't been updated for about 30 years. So there's a lot to get across, and obviously, and more. I haven't really even got onto human rights there. And this is an issue, I think we all know, for a chapter, for countries, for any group. We had an advocacy session yesterday which suggested we need to pick our battles. You do need to pick your battle, but it's also some battles get thrust upon you. So some of the issues I think we face is just a general, a lack of coordination across the different organisations, and no real mechanism at this point for coordination across those many issues. Our organisation's capacity and resourcing for these campaigns, which can go on for a really long time and actually produce nothing over many years, the time and capacity and the expertise to respond to such a diversity of issues, either for volunteers or staff, just the number of inquiries that are happening in Australia and internationally that we could potentially have to respond to. The sort of Venn diagram of interests. So you might have, say, an organisation in Australia, Digital Rights Watch, which is interested in privacy, not really interested in copyright. You can't always know where your shared interests are going to come together. How to keep informed on what the foundation position is on many of these issues, and aligning interests with the foundation. Many of us who are engaged in this are coming from perhaps libraries or publishing or some other aspect, and we don't necessarily always know what the Wikimedia sort of interest is in this or the impact. So just some of the potential organisations that we might sort of align with are across libraries, some NGOs, open access, academic research centres. They often sort of want to be quite engaged in public policy issues. I don't think we really engage with them enough. The Research Data Alliance in Australia, citizen science associations are interesting. An alliance that has come up recently through the UNESCO Open Science Policy. And, that wasn't sort of on our radar actually until that Open Science initiative came up. And the Open Government Partnership, which has been pretty uneventful. We signed up for it, and, the government has pretty much been uninterested ever since. Then, of course, there's the international organisations that we can look to, IFLA, which is the International Library, again, open access groups, Creative Commons, the foundation itself, data and data infrastructure. There's a lot going on in that space, UNESCO and the Open Government Partnership. And that's just some of them. And we need to think really strategically about where those alliances will actually take us. As I said, we don't really have a good mechanism or a model for working together. It's interesting listening to some of the information on the movement strategy and the next sort of framework for Wikimania. I've been reading up on the collective impact model because I hadn't heard of that before. But other models that I've been really interested in include, knowledge as a commons and polycentric governance from Eleanor Ostrom, a pro-social approach, systems thinking, and it's something I've come across recently, which I'm finding really fun, is quantum social change. Really recommend a book by Karen O'Brien on that. But also I think what is often overlooked is actually a need to understand how public policy works and have a more sophisticated understanding of that. Somebody I've found really useful is Paul Kearney, based from the UK, who thinks about public policy in a multi-centric decision-making process. So yeah, it's really worth sort of getting more sophisticated about our understanding of policy processes and how knowledge brokering works within that. So just what we've been doing over the last couple of years, particularly in the last year, we've been working with Indigenous academics in developing some protocols around metadata and other sorts of knowledge to advise us at Wikimedia Australia, for us to then be able to advise our community about what they need to be thinking about, how we address the use of knowledge. There's an interesting debate going on around place names. So Australia is really sort of moving to adopt a language of Indigenous place names, but this isn't always acceptable as an established truth for the Wikimedia community. So we really need to be able to understand how those processes work and what we should be advising people. And then we've done various other submissions. So these are all on our website. And just briefly, as an example, sort of my last slide, copyright reform, Australia does not have fair use. We have a whole raft of various exceptions. The last sort of big campaign for fair use was in 2016, and really it's not on the agenda. Nobody talks about freedom of panorama, but we do have, and it's not an active area of campaign as far as I can, I've never heard of it. But we do have various exceptions, and so we've sort of got advice on our website. So we certainly are able to put some public artworks online. Orphan works looks like the most promising area for a coordinated campaign. So we still don't really have orphan works as limited liability yet. And there's various campaigns about certain resources that just really should be open access. And then there's responsible AI. So we had a reform process in 2021, and now we've got another series of roundtables about, that seemed to go nowhere, but those same issues are kind of being back and discussed again, so that's good. At least the conversation has started again this year. It's looking at 5 particular areas: limited liability for orphan works, copyright for remote learning materials, which became a big issue during COVID, quotation, AI and copyright, and definition of broadcasting. So an interesting point about this is 30 organisations have sort of been invited to participate. Wikimedia Australia wasn't one of them. A lot of our allies also, Creative Commons wasn't even one of them. So that another issue is how we get to participate in the conversations when they're happening. So I'll leave it there, and thank you, and look forward to sharing knowledge with everybody about how to address these issues.
Thank you, Amanda. Now we go to the Philippines with our colleague Johnny Alegre from the Pilipinas Panorama community.
Good afternoon. I will be having a lightning talk tomorrow at 5:45 in the plenary, and I will be able to offer a full exposition of the matters that are we're working on concerning freedom of panorama. However, for the purpose of this particular talk, I would just like to provide you some points, some discussion points which we are presently facing. We do not have a freedom of panorama in our country. Ironically, there are 5 bills in our legislature which are trying to address this particular shortcoming. We have 2 bills in our lower house in the Congress, and we have another bill in our Senate. And basically, the topic at hand would be freedom of panorama in terms of artwork and architecture in open spaces, because open spaces are deemed to be for public viewing, and therefore a photograph of that item, that architectural piece intended for public viewing, should be accessible in photography and for literature. However, at present, unless the death of the creator is shorter in period, in less than 50 years after the death, it's still not in the public domain. So we have to wait, or we have to catalog those pieces of architecture, especially that have creation dates older than 50 years or after the death of the creator. Okay, there seems to be some kind of a confusion between open spaces and public domain, but actually there is a very marked difference. There is a very clear difference between the two. It seems like what is in an open space may not necessarily reflect freedom of panorama in terms of it being used. And then also we have issues of fair use versus freedom of panorama. For example, if the creator waives his right, and allows it to be fair use, it still does not allow this particular photograph to be included in commercial applications. For example, if I take someone's picture, which is supposed to be a work of art, and I put some facial hair on the face of the subject, I put a Papa Piccolino mustache or something like that, then it would entail another set of discussions and perhaps even litigation. So this is the current state that we have right now, and considering that we have 7,000 islands populated by different tribal groups, not primitive tribal groups, but indigenous cultures and languages. We probably have around 250 different languages and sub-languages. You walk from one town to another, and the vocabulary is entirely different. So it's only in the major cities that we have a lingua franca of English and Tagalog, which is really considered the national language. And integrating these languages into some kind of a compendium is also a challenge for us. And lastly, we have this matter of cooperation between our galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. Because these galleries, libraries, archives, and museums are funded by foundations with their own tax shelters to deal with. And these are not all funded by the government. Therefore, there is a sense of proprietary ownership of the collections that they have. And then this is another stumbling block that we need to face. And I have taken it upon our community to do the coordinative effort of making these different interest groups. They all mean well, but they have their own agendas. And we are trying to make them speak with one another so that we can have events that are shared between all of the different foundations and museums and libraries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny. Now we go to our colleagues from Taiwan. Rick Wang from Wikimedia Taiwan.
Okay, thank you. The length of my speech is experiences of open government partner. But actually, since we have a lot of experience of work with government, but I won't say we have opened them. So why I say that? Because there's some misunderstanding between the Taiwanese government and the Wikimedia movements. So there are three mainly misunderstandings I will show after. The first misunderstanding is our government will focus on Wikipedia only, because that is the only project they have heard before. And in Taiwan, the second well-known the words with wiki is WikiLeaks. It's not. Yeah, it's even not a part of our movement, right? So when sometimes we try to tell them, maybe you can try some other projects. You have a good database. We can help you to link to the whole world by Wikidata. But they say, oh, sounds interesting, but maybe next time. we won't edit Wikipedia because that is the only way we can show our output or outcome to people in Taiwan. Let them know what government do in this project. Okay, so so that we still need to work hard to promote some other project of us. And the sixth mainly misunderstanding is the governments will ask wrong person to host the project. Because if they focus on Wikipedia, the Wikipedia, they should focus on the content. The content. For example, we need to think about what articles should be created, should be added in this project, or maybe how many references we can find, we can add to the articles, right? But they think Wikipedia sounds like a website. It's really a website, right? So maybe it's It belongs to the information technology department. It's their business. So the stuff in IT department, actually they have good in languages, but not languages of human, right? They are good in C, Java, PHP. Anyway, it's not it's helpless when they edit Wikipedia. So yeah, and then the third misunderstanding is something about copyright problem, because for in our government's plan, open license is equal to uncontrollable license. They can use our output under CC by SA or some other open license, but they are worried about that. They always ask the participants sign another copyright as a relation later with the government, and in this document, they will ask the editor to give up to claim the moral rights to government. And we don't think that's a good thing, because that will make our participants think, wow, I do my work hard for free, but even when the government show my pictures, show my articles, but without my name, right? So there are still a lot of things we should work tomorrow, but that's our experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. To close us today and open the questions later, we invite Rachel Arini from Wikimedia Foundation. Sure, yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Rachel Judistari. I'm part of the global advocacy team as regional specialist for Asia. And also want to do shout out to my friend's colleague, Zizki Puts. She is the advocacy community manager who are part of global advocacy as well. And we both really resonated with what you said. I think in the first questions that being asked to me, every time I have a sit-in or teach-in with parliaments, are you related to WikiLeaks? That's like, I feel like every time, if I got a point, every time I get that questions, I will be somewhat rich. So totally in resonations with you on that. And I think most of you here are familiar about what is Global Advocacy Team and what we are doing. But just to give additional informations that we are a team that helps the foundations and affiliates to advocate for laws, public policy, and government actions that protect and support the Wikimedia movement and against those that threaten it. So we do that through eliminations of harmful policy, updates or reform current policy, and also develop new policy. So you can give us wish list, and Zizki will tell you how to break that law. And we are actually a new team. So we established around like 2 years ago. And along the line, through the consultations with communities, including communities in ASEAP, we are currently operated through 3 protection framework. The first protect framework is protect the models, meaning that we work with communities to advance the copyrights advocacy. And now you can enjoy the copyrights mapping that has been created to expedite the works that you are doing, like what Johnny has been mentioned and also Amanda has been stated. And on liability protections, we also did a community briefing on platform registrations regulation in Indonesia, as well as working with community and external partners to unblocking Wikipedia in Pakistan. The second protection framework that we have is protect the people. So people, the users, editors, and community of Wikimedia are very important and essential element of the work that we are doing. So last year in G20 process, together with Wikimedia Indonesia, we actually engage in educating policymaker and G20 members on the Wikimedia models. So Wikimedia Indonesia informed them about the value of Wikimedia project, not only for education, but also environment, because the editons on environmental issues is correlating with added informations and local knowledge creations on that matters. And because of that, we're also able to push for data protections and privacy laws in Indonesia. So now it's available in the country. And the third protections values are definitely human rights and fighting disinformations. So as you are aware of, in ASEAN, we had a lot of elections this year and next year, like in Malaysia, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Cambodia recently, and next year going to be Indonesia. So we actually work with communities to explain our models and how we address misinformations with parliamentarians as well as election monitoring groups, so that because I'm sure that every time elections come up, you will receive a lot of requests to do some magic with some political person or party's page in Wikipedia. And Ramsey actually asking me about what is the foundation take on priority regulations in the region. I think that's a very difficult question right now because 5-7 years ago, like the main challenges within ASEAN region is we don't have any regulations, but pandemic as well as the global regulations on internet really changed the game in the region. Now we have a lot of policies. I'm sure Amanda knows about it because every week there's new policies and submissions requests in Australia. So one of the key challenges that the foundations, especially global advocacy, have is how to strategically choose the process, how to choose our battle wisely. But there are like some of the key trends within the region. So although there are a lot of regulations, but public understanding on the importance of data protection and privacy is really increasing. So now we have a lot of that regulations in the regions. However, some policies omit internet ecosystem diversity by using an overly fake definitions and restrictive content moderations policy that really push for a centralized content moderation. So sometimes it leads to platform blocking, automated content detections, and content takeout. In the recent months, there's also a lot of data localizations, platform and individual registrations policy, such as what's happening in Vietnam and Indonesia. But another trend that we also see is that how the regional norm is currently changing, because I think 3 years ago, by default, lawmakers in ASEAN are using EU, especially the EU GDPR, as like one of the golden standard. But now, like some government are shifting towards that and wanting to have a regional norm and make this unique to ISIAP region. And so, for example, we see there's a lot of learnings from neighbors. So last year, Australia did an industry code on online safety, and this year, Singapore has online harm regulation. So learning is very fast within the region, and we also see that manifested in new regulations. So that's actually can be an opportunity for us to really make a case that nonprofit and educational platforms should take meaningful engagement in the process. So it's not only populated by big tech agenda. And I think the last opportunity that I also want to share is how the result of robust development and global policy creations on AI really affecting the regions. So now because we are in Singapore, Singapore is currently formulating the ASEAN Association of Southeast Asian Nations AI Guide regulations. Why I'm mentioning this is because Singapore is identifying copyright law reform as one of the key policies that need to be adjusted and updated in the process to crafting the ASEAN AI Guide. So I think this is definitely an opportunity for us to not only pushing for copyright issues, but looking at it with a bird eye view that this is important, but also it has a lot of intersectionality with intermediary liability and also cybersecurity and consumer protections law. So I think I'll stop there, but I also want to answer Ramzi's questions on how the foundations work with community together. I think we have a good start, but we definitely can improve how we work together. We definitely want to do more of proactive work because currently, given the amount of regulations that's happening in the regions, our hands are quite full and we want to change the way we work. We want to develop a proactive messaging to the government. We also want to continue peer learning. So yesterday we had advocacy workshops where we really want ISIAP communities to interact with other regions and craft a community of advocacy practices, and also be in touch with external parties. So Wikimedia Thailand and Indonesia attended the Digital Rights Asia Pacific Conference, and we hope that that can be a starting point for us to be more engaged with other. So I think I'll stop there and happy to have more interactions with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, what a hard topic for after lunch, huh? It's government regulation and all that. We have roughly 25 minutes. If anyone has any questions, thoughts, or experiences to be shared, I see Dodi from Malaysia. You want to start? Yeah.
Hi, Dodi from Malaysia User Group. As someone who has been uploading thousands of images to Wikimedia Commons, this freedom of panorama is really pain in our daily basis kind of work. But the thing is, some countries some countries which were once or used to block Wikipedia, such as China, such as North Korea, surprisingly, they have freedom of panorama. When it comes to Wikipedia blocking the censorship blackout, why we are so we're so against it. We want to push for a free knowledge movement in those particular country. But then when it comes to Wikimedia Commons by freedom of panorama, when that country suddenly says, okay, there's no freedom of panorama, suddenly we become so law-abiding. We delete thousands of photos from Wikimedia Commons in the case of the Philippines recently, last year, something like that. If you see here, yes, countries like China, North Korea, Pakistan, they all have freedom of panorama. But then, as you can see here, most of this freedom of panorama is okay, for countries which doesn't have freedom of panorama, it's all derived from their copyright law, which are mostly written in the 90s or in the early 2000s, in which at that time there was not really huge amount of social media. Even some goes back to the early 1970s, in the early independence. But if you see recently, those many more and more Asian countries, either fully developed or developing countries, even the president, the prime minister, especially when it's about election time, they even employ so many influencer to promote, to upload photos about their countries in social media, in Facebook, in Instagram, in which, I mean, come on, it's way more for commercial use. Compared to Wikimedia Commons, in which we try to give it for free for the public. So do this government really understand what freedom of panorama is, and not, seriously, if someone takes a photo and upload it, we almost never hear a case that someone will be detained except for some particular 1 or 2 countries. So, do they really understand what they're talking about when they say there's no freedom of panorama in this particular country? And then have we been really pushing to tell to the government, hey, freedom of panorama is no big deal at all. It will help your country, it will promote your country. Of course, we're not taking any sensitive photos of military installation or police station, or, of course, or any embassy or artistical work. It's just a general public building on the street, a tallest building, a hotel. It's no harm at all. It helps your tourism tenfold. Nowadays, people search on the internet. If we upload it to Commons, it will be in the first page of Google picture results. So, yeah, what's wrong here? Either we are law-abiding or we are trying to push for free knowledge.
Yeah, because you mentioned the Philippines. But would you like to? Yeah. The irony of this is that the engagements of Wikimedia Commons and, for example, English Wikipedia are different. For example, there are some photographs that will not pass the standards of Wikimedia Commons but can be utilized in English Wikipedia. Now, not all language projects are made the same. They have different policies. English Wikipedia is actually more liberal. So there are many situations wherein if we are not able to upload a photograph in Commons, we can upload it in English Wikipedia. The irony of this is also that, for example, an article about, for example, a city in our country can be written about in English Wikipedia with photographs, but we cannot even publish it in our own language project, because it does not have that kind of qualification. And so there has to be some kind of a uniformity, but I am just, in my short talk, I was just talking about legislation. But actually, if we are going to view this with an overview of the Wikimedia movement itself, then we have something even more serious. Because, for example, the servers for Commons are in the United States. And the United States, they have their own set of rules. So this is something that we really have to work on over perhaps even the long term, so that we can bridge the gap between the different kinds of standards that we have in Commons and the language projects.
Karodi is my senior in junior high school, so I feel like he's already giving me like the answer. I just going to add more, but we see like the shift in the past few years where internet become a contested ecosystem, as has been stated by Internet Freedom Foundations, as well as the Freedom on the Net report. But like for me personally, in our regions, the commodifications of internet and making it as a economic or investment tools make the regulators prioritizing roles and policies that align to achieve that agenda. And by default, like copyrights law is kind of like being forgotten. But I feel like there is opportunity for us to push for it because currently the government are very keen to create the regional norms on AI, and they already listed copyrights law as like key laws that they want to look at. But it's really important for us to explain our model to really make a case that we are non-profit platforms that has a very positive values for society, aside from economic, but also education and environment. So hopefully and naively, they will be able to prioritize that. But yeah, I wonder, like Rick and Amanda, if you have any.
Just briefly from the other side of things, we don't have in our copyright law freedom of panorama. That term is not used. And that has been taken by some people to assume that we don't have any copyright laws that apply to taking images of things in public, which is not the case. We, like many, follow, the kind of Commonwealth type model of 1968 copyright law and then a whole raft of exceptions. So it is not fair use, so it has to be explicitly stated or it doesn't apply. So we were finding our community were getting a whole lot of images taken down on Commons by other Wikimedians saying, Australia doesn't have freedom of copyright. And it was incredibly frustrating. We had to get, fortunately, somebody gave us pro bono legal advice to help us get a kind of table of what is and isn't allowed so that we could then go back and fight the fight on Commons. So I'm not sure if that's quite what you were saying, point you were making, Dodie, about, Wiki can be more restrictive than actually what is going on, even our now crazy restrictive copyright legal system. So we can't assume that everybody's got the same laws. Even though we've got servers in the US, we've kind of all under our own regional copyright laws, and we have to respect that.
Yeah, 20 years ago, the guys who wrote the legislations did not expect Wikimedians to do commons photo walks in the cities that they're doing Wikimania in. So yeah, any other?
Yeah, you know what's funny is Wikimedia Commons is exactly what it is. It's Creative Commons. There is no fair use, and I'm wishing that we would have a project wherein we can derive photos from a fair use project. Creative Commons is very liberal, and you practically give up your ownership, and they can use it for any kind of ketchup commercial or rent a car or whatever. They can use it for anything. They can even change what it looks like because it's Creative Commons. But if you wish to contribute something substantial and you're willing to provide use of it as fair use, it's not applicable in Commons. And that there is a difficulty there.
Any questions further? Yeah.
Hi, I am Anna. I'm from Wikimedia Europe, and me and my colleagues that are also here are working on the European legislation as mandated by our organizations in Europe. And I have, thank you for this very interesting panel. I see that a lot of issues indeed are shared across the time zones. And I'm also quite happy to hear that actually GDPR is catching on in the region. We have in Europe our own criticisms. It's not a perfect legislation, but sadly it's, I think, the best we have in the world right now. So I'm glad that it's catching on. And following this, we are perfectly aware of the fact that a lot of European legislation in the area of internet and digital rights has the spillover effect to other regions, also because Europe is quite quick in legislating that area. And my question is, how can we be of help to you in that type of work in any way possible, except that, of course, ideally we just advocate for excellent laws and then they are copied all over the world, right? But I'm not so optimistic about European legislators that it will happen every single time. So that when we have a bad law and it spills over, it doesn't affect you in the way that that is not good for you. So any suggestions or ideas or recommendations or requests, I would very much like to hear how we can work together and make it better.
Okay, maybe I first. Yeah. Yes, I have just complained the problem of FOP several months ago, and our government replied me that the copyright law of Taiwan is referred from Japan. So when I asked him then, so why we have learned, why we have followed Japan, why we can follow the more freedom country, they didn't give me the answer. So, but I didn't know the experience or the history why country in Europe can open can be so open. So maybe if there is more sharing about the experience when you talking about the issue, that will help me to complain to our government more. Yeah, what the problem you think that's the problem they have talked about before? Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah, just in my sort of work role, I've been putting in a number of submissions to government inquiries, and there's always this section which is, what's the EU doing? What's the US doing? What's Canada? And there's good paragraph or two on what the EU is doing, but it is a bit of work to unpack those things in the positive and negative aspects of it. So it's. In one sense, it's kind of like, this is an important issue because the EU's already, got an AI Responsibility Act or whatever, Digital Services Act. But yeah, what are the pros and cons, and particularly, how does that affect Wikimedia? That's what should we be picking out of those things that when the same issue comes up in the next government inquiry, we're sort of like, oh, this is the bit that's useful from the EU legislation that we might want to say, this is what we want or this is what we don't want. That would be really useful. Yeah, particularly from the movement, yes, because there's other perspectives, but yeah.
It totally resonated with what Amanda said. But one of the key notes from the ASEAN region is on the process of the policy creation itself. So I think it's really good if EU can also showcase how meaningful engagement with all parties, especially civil society and non-profit platforms, can be done in policy development, because we think that one of the critical elements that affecting the substance of the regulations itself.
Yeah, we have 10 more minutes, 2 or 1 more questions. Anyone would like to post that or share the experiences from their country? Anyone from Thailand, Indonesia, or other ASEAN countries that would like to share their experiences? Or questions, more clarifying questions for our panels? That's good. People are okay. Chara 3, yeah.
ECAP currently has very few. ECAP has currently very few chapters in it. User groups, some of them with particularly difficult histories, they either exist or they don't. I'd be interested to know, just generally, whether it's within the radar of the current ECAP organisation to actually encourage people from the many component countries that belong in ECAP to build up their formal creation of either user groups or helping the user groups become something more than that. That's the question as to whether it's on the radar or not.
Yes, yes and no, actually. We do have the idea to have the ECAP hub. You know, you've seen all the strategy summits to create a regional collaboration between the ECAP chapters and project communities. But on the substantive note of what we want to be doing on the ECAP hub, that is still a long way to go. And I think identifying from this talk what are the joint challenges, what are the opportunities for collaboration that a hub in the ECAP could be doing, I think the public policy topic is a very excellent choice of topic, even though it is really hard to to do that in a real collaborative fashion. But I think I've seen people from Wikimedia Europe here who is doing regional collaborations since many years ago. And I think it's an excellent model to replicate on in the ECAP regions in the context of having a shared hub or a shared collaboration platform. But yeah, no, it's not been discussed as of yet, but it could be discussed if we want to in that regard. Any further thoughts from our panels? It's a touchy subject, we know. We're trying to structure a hub, and but we're not quite sure what the hub wants to do when it's being set up. Maybe some of our friends from Wikimedia Europe could share how they've been collaborating historically between the chapters. Yeah, sure.
Before asking Wikimedia EU to talk about that, I just want to give shout out to Rebecca McKinnon, our VP of Global Advocacy, who has joined us. So when I talk about the protection model, values and people and the thematic priorities, I think she's the one that making us able to have that clarity. And I really +1 on what Ramsey said on having public policy or advocacy to be part of one of the ECAP priority. Finger crossed.
So I first of all suggest that we take coffee and talk about this. That's my first suggestion, or whatever. Cold drinks are popular here, I see. I think there are things to take and there are things that are not to take from Wikimedia Europe example. And one of the things I want to say about what not to take is that our kind of, you know, imagine the work in Europe as an atom, right? So the core of the atom is the EU. So naturally, all the policy work starts gravitating around it or circling around it, because this is this legislative body that shapes a lot of, especially in digital policies, that's most of it right now is EU work, right? So not the nation states and their legislatives, they try, but then if the EU law comes in, European Union law comes in, it trumps the local legislation, right? Where it is overlapping. So it was easy for us to figure out that to do this because it makes sense to talk to the people in Brussels and fix things before they go to Germany and to Italy and to France and to Poland, right? Then that's too late already. We can do some damage control, but we will not shift the narrative. So I think this is something pretty unique in the sense that I know that there are political bodies regionally all over the world that coordinate also on legislation and government talks to talk to one another. But I think EU is in that case like a singular example, right? Having said that, I think that doing advocacy and exchanging because Taiwan looks into Japan and Indonesia somewhere else, right? I think it's an excellent idea. And we were also lucky to have, thanks to Dimi, my colleague who sits here, we had 10 years of very loose collaboration between European chapters that built a lot of trust and a lot of processes before people were actually committing to create an organization. So nobody believes me when I say that in Wikimedia we had 5 online workshops from the beginning of what are we supposed to do next to the policy to having actually the statutes of the association. Impossible, right? But that's not the 5 meetings, it's the 10 years that are speaking to the credit of this initiative, right? So I think that starting kind of from the things you already know for like anyone who thinks of this cooperation, and then carefully spinning it out and seeing what works, what doesn't work, how people are interested, are they responsive, is actually helpful here, right? So I'm happy to share more of those experiences, probably not so interesting to everyone here, after all it's a policy session, but these are the 2 things that I would underline. Don't look at us one-to-one because we have this very special thing that is not going away anytime soon, hopefully, but which is the European Union as a political entity. And then second thing is, starting from those relationships that build the trust, because then it's easier to change course and get people on board if there's anything else you want to do.
Can I ask Rebecca a question? Which is, we've talked about choosing your battles. I'm not sure you're here, but I had a shopping list of, issues that we could tackle and didn't even include a lot of other, obvious ones. So and then sometimes I look at the raft of sort of inquiries coming from the Australian government and I think, it doesn't matter if we put in anything on this or not, from Wikimedia Australia. So what do you think are the really big battles that would make a difference at national level for us to be, I know it's difficult because there's a lot of nations, but yeah, or even just at the foundation level?
No, that's okay. Hi, I'm Rebecca. It's hard, right? Because we all have limited resources. I mean, even our public policy team, we're a new team. We can't do everything. I guess at the national level, every nation's different. And the issues are different. The threats are different. How you can advocate is different depending on the nature of the political system, how independent the courts are, how independent the regulators are, whether it's even possible to advocate without being considered, anti-government. Is very different in every single country, and it can change election to election, right? And then there's China, which is the elephant in the region, not even in just the room, right? And so many things are kind of revolving around that in different ways. But at the foundation, I mean, with our team, it's pretty clear, we work for the movement, right? So we're not just going to advocate on all policy issues that we think are important for the internet, right? We're really focused, and Rachel mentioned kind of our core priorities or pillars, protect the model, protect the people, protect the values. And so we prioritize things based on that lens. Obviously, copyright is existential for the movement. So we kind of went through a process of understanding what are the most, intermediary liability protections, obviously very existential for the model and for the people and for the projects, given that the foundation is platform host, right? So we're thinking about what are the things that the foundation really has to focus on, because we have responsibility as the technical and legal host of the projects. And then, you know, we're increasingly asking, and we'd love to hear more from all of you, of, you know, what are the things that you feel would be more helpful for the foundation to be involved in more directly. So, for example, with the online safety bill in the UK, because we're a platform host, when the UK government says you have to age verify everyone on the platform, obviously, you know, we have to get involved. Whereas, like, on a copyright issue, that might be much more appropriate for the chapter to be taking the lead on, right? So different issues might be more appropriate for the chapter level to advocate, or for the foundation as platform host. And then how can we help connect the dots, you know, working with Wikimedia Europe, working with chapters on sharing materials, sharing tactics, all of that. But yeah, and we of course have to figure out what are the things that are the most urgent, that are going to have the biggest existential impact if we don't do something. And you know, it's a game of triage, as you can, I think we're all familiar with that feeling, right? Like, what are the things that we have to triage?
All right, yeah, we are at a time, and sure, there's a mic there.
I just wanted to make a brief comment that might be of interest, particularly to people from the ESIAP region, about how Wikimedians can assist with the sorts of advocacy that's been the subject of discussion in this session. I'm one of the small number of Wikimedians who are interested in East Timor. Those who were present at the opening ceremony last night will know that this is the first time that people from East Timor have attended one of these conferences. Now, until recently, the copyright law of East Timor was a little bit unclear. The general assumption was that it was the same as the law of Indonesia as it existed in 2002 when East Timor resumed its independence, but even that wasn't entirely clear. And there were two important features of that law that were relevant to whether we could use East Timorese images on commons and therefore on Wikimedia projects. One of them was that the 2002 Indonesian law didn't have a freedom of panorama, so we couldn't take photographs of modern buildings in East Timor and then use them on Wikipedia. The other was that under that law, at least images published by the government were public domain, and that had the huge advantage that the small number of us, and I mean very small number of us, who were interested in this could just download images from government websites in East Timor, upload them to Commons, and then use them to illustrate things like biographical articles of East Timorese politicians or public events in East Timor. Now, that all came to an end a few months ago when East Timor created its first copyright law of its own, and that led to two major changes. One, that's a very positive aspect, is that East Timor now does have a freedom of panorama. So next time you go to East Timor and you take some pictures of modern buildings, please upload them to Commons and we can use them on projects. The other was that the old Indonesian law relating to public domain of government-published images went out the window. And so what's been happening in the last few days here at this conference is that a small group of people with an interest in East Timor have signed and presented a petition to the East Timorese ambassador to Singapore, who's a member of a prominent family in East Timor, requesting that the East Timorese government introduce a policy that anything published on a government website will be published under a Creative Commons license, so that it can then be used in much the same way as we were able to use those images under the old system. And I'm informed by those who attended the meeting with the ambassador yesterday that it was very favourably received, and the ambassador was going to refer it to the government and see whether we can have that sort of thing introduced. And it would be a similar system to the one that operates in my country, Australia, where the various state and federal governments have a formal policy that anything published on government websites is published under a licence. And so the point I want to make about all of this is that it is possible for Wikimedians like us to get involved personally in advocacy, not only with your own country, but also with other countries, including countries in the ESIAP region, to give us a greater scope to use information from those countries on Wikimedia projects. And if you have the opportunity to get involved in that sort of advocacy for the benefit of all people who use Wikimedia websites and projects, please by all means get involved with it, because we've found, those of us interested in East Timor have found that it can have positive outcomes. Thanks very much.
This talk is about Singapore, editing Singapore-related articles. It's just a quick one that about statistics and some interesting tidbits that I found while putting out information about the early days of editing on Wikipedia itself. I help from just another SG Wiki editor. I hope I get it right because I always just call him Jeswi for short. Yeah, so without further ado, I'll just start. First of the Wiki project, then the first articles and the numbers on the articles itself, some statistics, some feature articles and Google articles, where we are now, and then we'll round off with the WikiLove Living Heritage competition that we just have. Okay, so the project for Wiki Project Singapore, it's an open project for all Singaporeans and other editors who are based in Singapore, right? So basically anyone within Singapore who are interested in Singapore-related topics. There were two Singapore-related wiki projects created. One in 2005, the other in 2006. One was really called one is called Wiki Project Singapore. The other one is the SG Notice Board, something like that. It was merged recently. When was it? Yeah, it was merged recently in 2020, so that we just have one Wiki project to look at. Otherwise, we have to go on two different Wiki projects to look for discussions. A bit, yeah, it's a bit confusing at sometimes. So as of 6 August, we have 213 listed Wiki project Singapore editors there. However, there's only 28 active members currently. We are just counting as those who have made 50 edits in the last 1 year, right? Which is pretty loose definition. We have one active administrator and one former administrator who recently got defrauded because he didn't do any admin activities on it. The first articles that we have wasn't Singapore. It's Cocos Island. Created in 23rd April 2001. And then after that is the history of Singapore. I think people are much more interested in the history of Singapore than Singapore itself for some reason. Created 27 May 2001, and then after that, Telecommunications of Singapore. Where the first edit wasn't talking about the history of, the first edit of the Telecommunications of Singapore wasn't about the progress of telecommunications in Singapore. It was just a directory listing of the important numbers in Singapore. Yeah, but have changed so much in the last 20 years. Yeah, we have 12,825 articles by my last count. It's based on the index of Singapore-related articles, the list on Wikipedia itself. We crawl it we crawl all Singapore-related categories at least once a month to get this number. So right now we have 12,000 over close to 13,000 related articles. Based on the article assessment, meaning those that we will see on the top page, the top banners, right? There's also like 12,952 articles, which is pretty close. There are some articles that might not be on the index, but it is assessed as Singapore articles and vice versa. One day, these two will get combined together. Yeah. There's a little plug here that I am actively, Yeah, it's just a little plug. I will have a separate talk on demonstrating how to create an index for those who are interested to do for their own countries. It's a pretty useful thing. You already often a lot of articles. Okay, so some stats. The years we most created article was in 2005. That's when there was really an active group of editors pushing content onto Wikipedia. That was about 1,315 articles created during that year. And then an average number of new articles per year was 500 new articles a year, which is pretty significant even considering now. But yeah, so we only have like 1.5 to, we mean to say we only have one new article or 2 new articles per day created. Okay, then there was some steep increase on the onset between 2003 and 2006, where initially there was only like 2,000 edits in a year. It ballooned up in 2006 to about 135,000 edits in one year, in the year of 2006. And after 2007, there was a slow decline in terms of the number of edits we have for all Singapore-related articles. When I look at the history on the top pages and stuff, there's like the editors they weren't really active anymore on the editing. 2015 onwards, we jumped back up in our edit count with about 140,000 edits around there per year. 2015 was also a year where Lee Kuan Yew died, so maybe that's what got a lot of people interested again in updating all the articles. Total number of edits that we have on all our articles was over 2 million, so 2.4 million edits done on all Singapore-related articles. Pretty good number, so it's average one per article. There's 194 edits, right? The topmost edited articles, Iraq War comes to the top, because of our involvement in training the local police. Then comes Singapore, then Afghanistan, war again. Also because we send people to train police there. Changi Airport is the next one. It has been heavily edited. I believe to edit flight information. Yeah, so gets edited pretty frequently. Like maybe every 3-4 days we'll get an edit. Chinese New Year, Lion, Diwali, it's all very generic topics, but related to Singapore because we celebrate Chinese New Year, we celebrate Diwali. Lion because we're Lion City, right? And it gets heavily vandalized. So that's why Tiger as well. Kyoto Protocol because we are part of the protocol, this greenhouse effect, this climate change protocol. Chinese language because of our mother tongue policy where all Chinese in Singapore have to learn both English and Chinese. So it's one of our official languages alongside Malay and Tamil. In the distant 13th position is Singapore Airlines. Also probably is flight information. Yep. Despite being 12 to 13,000 articles, we only have 13 FAs. Yeah, because of how small our editor pool is. 8 of them are Admiralty-related articles due to this user called Zkang123. Yeah, he's a very, very enthusiastic, trained enthusiast. Yeah, I have to emphasize enthusiasm. Yeah, so because of his effort, we managed to get Esplanade MRT featured on the main page on our first day of Wikimania. And 2 law-related articles, one about history of Singapore, one economy of Singapore, and then national symbol of Singapore. That's about our FAs. I think we hope to see more of our articles as FAs. Good articles, we have 172 articles, good articles. I think some of them are due for reviews. So this number will drop, unfortunately. but better standards, we will get better quality, better GAs from this. So where we stand now, we have actually in the pipeline 700 articles pending entry into Wikipedia. How we know it's 700 is because the National Library has their own infopedia, basically online. It's like an online encyclopedia where they write their own content of what is notable in Singapore. And we managed to source out about 700 articles, 700 of the articles that has no content on Wikipedia. So most of their content are actually cited. So we can actually use their references to write our content on Wikipedia itself. On Commons, there is currently 107,000 over Singapore-related photographs. And through the recent Wikilove's Living Heritage in Singapore photography competition, in the last 1 month, we have an influx of 1,100 photographs that came in, waiting to be categorized and waiting to categorize into various categories. We are also trying to get our user group set up here in Singapore. Currently, I think by now everyone will know that Singapore doesn't have an affiliate here in Singapore. The organization of Wikimania was due to the effort of the regional community, which I'm also part of. And we are hoping that we get a user group set up so that we can have our local representation on a more global stage as well. Yep, so we're just waiting FCOM. FCOM, where are you? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so we just wait for a process to be over and we get our recognition one day. Yeah. I'll just talk more about the Wikilove's Living Heritage competition because I was really involved in doing this setup for the competition. So we have, as I said, 10,000 over photos. We narrowed down to 100 photos first to get our jury to get them to select 10 photos for selection for voting. So if you are seeing a concourse area where there are photos, those are up for voting. We are voting for top 3 photos where the photographers will receive prizes, very good prizes, camera vouchers. Yeah, so these photos here are the 10 photos that we have selected as a jury. It was an intense process of selection. There are some, after all, it's pretty subjective. Some of us we felt might not be part of it, but some of it part of it. And ultimately, these are the sections. Yeah, so what we have here are the, I think that was Diwali, the first photo, I can't remember. Diwali or Taipusam. Yeah, sorry, Taipusam, photograph of Taipusam, a busker, lion dance for an interesting angle, a roadside newspaper vendor, a Chingay performer. This is the one on the top is taken from Tekka Market, and then another Chingay performer, a trishaw rider, resting, making popiah, and then this festival of, I can't remember which festival it is this, but it's basically celebrating one religion. Yeah, so some photos you have seen on the stage during the opening, like the popiah photo during the opening session. Okay, and then we also have an honorable mention. We have one guy who actually, Rainer, who actually submitted photos from the 70s. He actually scanned the photos that his family has taken during the 70s and has uploaded. So we actually can see a lot of different interesting views that we wouldn't see now in Singapore because we have already developed so much since then. Yeah. And that's all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yes. Sorry, they as in they who? Oh, I mean the National Heritage Board. Sorry, we refer it as that. We refer them as the National Heritage Board here. We cooperated on this competition. After Wikimania ends, we hope for more partnerships with them. So anything goes. I guess when Wikimania ends, we will talk more about that with them. Yeah. It's ongoing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, So I guess you're asking me why I didn't do it for the other languages, right? Probably because I'm editing on English Wikipedia. Yeah, so I do not have the category list for the Chinese side or for the Malay and Tamil wikis. I honestly didn't have time to look down on them lah. It will take time, which is why come for my next talk, because if you are if you are more proactive on the other language sites, you can help to set up the index, and then from there I can pull the information. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, so back in 0607, from what I remember, because I have been trying to find articles on it to verify, but my personal recollection is that there was a huge drive of in the education sector by the foundation to get students edit, right, back then. And when their efforts stop, everything falls apart lah, essentially. So that's where everything just slowly progresses, dies off, in essence. So we will, that's why, and there's no recruitment of new editors, or there's no way to like promote the new editors. So in a way, Wikimania here right now is a good platform lah, to push up, to tell everyone that say, hey, we have some dedicated groups of editors in all our respective countries. We have some passionate editors. If you want to edit, look for us. In a way, we can help to train you up or get you started on how to edit properly. Yeah. Yeah, it's that's only three, right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, this our current group is not the first group of editors in Singapore who's trying to get things started lah. There was a previous group and it just died off because the passion just runs out. Yeah. So I'm hoping to get more people in. Maybe my plans is to actually train up the next generation even so that it doesn't just fall on one person or just our generation, and then after when we leave, everything just dies off again. Yeah. Yeah. Succession planning, we need all succession planning. Yeah. Okay, I think I have to stop now. Yes, signaling me to stop already. Yes, okay. That's all. Thank you for attending my TED Talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahmat, and I am with my colleague here, Iksan Mokhtar from Wikimedia Indonesia. Would like to present to you on exploring the relationship between attitudes, norms, and contributory behaviors of Indonesian Wikipedia editors. So why we did this survey? Because as you know that Indonesia has a large number of islands. We have also different languages, local languages and ethnicities, and also religions here in Indonesia. And we would like to investigate whether the attitudes, the norms, and the contributory behaviors to around 100 Indonesian editors on Indonesian Wikipedia. And also we would like to understand that these factors can enhance Wikipedia's impact and outreach, which is done by the chapters in Indonesia. And lastly, this study also to see the insights that could benefit both the chapters, Wikimedia Indonesia, and also the communities in general. So this study has already concluded in the last year. The first of this presentation has been done in ISIAP conference back in Sydney last year. And we have also shared this survey to different participants of Indonesian Wikipedia editors. And we have around 100 of Wikipedia editors in Indonesian Wikipedia in filling out this survey. And we also requested them to have a username and edit it at least 5 times in the year of the survey, and also not being blocked in any Wikimedia projects. And if you are curious about how many of the question that we have asked, it's around 30 questions. So this is the study who would like to understand the profile of Indonesian Wikipedias and also understanding their attitudes, norm, and contributory behaviors. And this is what we have collected so far. If you see in the screen that there are around 87% of male that filling out the survey, and also female 9%, and they didn't specify their gender for around 4%. And also the education of the participants is higher education, which is around 53%, and also senior high school and lower high school is around 47%. And in the terms of age, we have people from 17 and between 17 and 25 years old. We have also people from 36 to 45 years old filling out the survey. And also we collected some of their background. They're working full-time for around 40%, and also working part-time for around 23%, and the rest is not working for around 37%. And also we ask them if they are still in the college or in the high school or in the master education level. So the people still studying is around 30%, and also not studying 70%, which is either they are working or not. So for around 100 participants who fill out the survey, we have people who are bilingual is around 40%, and multilingual is around 30%. And also the total of languages that have been identified or presented by the participants is 25. And also Indonesian is the most option, is the most language, the main language that mastered by all the respondents. And also other languages that mastered by the participant is Javanese, Malay, English, and also Minangkabau and Sundanese, which is the local languages in Indonesia. And we would like to see here the approximate how many hours in a day that they spend on Wikipedia, and also how many years they have been contributing to Wikimedia projects, and also we would like to see whether they spend their personal funds here from their own pocket to contribute to Wikipedia or Wikimedia projects, and also we would like to see whether they are interacting with other Wikimedia or Wikipedia communities in Indonesia. And if you see here, more than 5 hours, people, around 10 people spend more than 5 hours on Wikipedia. And also, if you see here, around 23 people who are responding to the survey spend less than an hour in Wikipedia. And this is something that we are excited to see that there are people who spend more than 5 hours in a day in Wikipedia. This is something that's so interesting. And also, if we want to see whether they are already long-term editor in Wikipedia, we already obtained the data here. More than 41 people who has been contributing to Wikipedia, and this is like something we want to see here. And this is how many people who are using their personal funds, and this is how many people who are interacting with communities. And the next one will be presented by Pak Iksan. Pak Iksan.
Okay, I will continue with the attitudes. This one. Okay, so in attitudes, we're looking to the initial motivation when they start contribute to Wikipedia, and the continuing motivation, and also we would like to see their attitude if they found a problem, and also what they feel when they're editing. Do they feel they receive support from the communities or from the chapter? Okay, so here we can see that 45% of them think that they're very motivated when they're joining Wikipedia. So they have 4 or more reasons why they start editing. And also 27% have 3 motivation, and 28% have 1 or 2 motivation. So at the beginning, it's already 3 or more reason why they start editing. Okay. And if they already contribute to Wikipedia and they stay, so is that really increasing or not, the motivation? So we can see here that it actually increased, like 72% have 4 or more motivation, and 9% have 3 motivation, and only 19% have 1 or 2 motivation. Okay, next. So here we see that it is their reaction if they find a problem. So already majority, 64%, they can correct the problem, and also they can improve the problem if they find it. And there's always this 5% people, who get angry and maybe just ignore. And here I see opportunities, like 29%, quite significant, think that they don't think there's a problem with Wikipedia article, and 2% are too hesitant to edit. Okay, and here we see how many of them that think they have received support in any kind. So only 31% think that they have some kind of support from the communities or from the chapter, and 69% are actually just editing online, and or even if they interact, they don't think they receive support. And out of the 31, only 14 people think that they already have enough support. So there's a room of improvement here, because the other 9 is not satisfied, and 3 neutral, and 5% doesn't answer more. Okay, so after we talk about the attitudes, this is the norms that we check with the contributor. So the first one is that everyone should be involved in contributing to Wikipedia and starting small. And the second one, every Wikipedian should set good example to attract new users. And third one, every Wikipedian should create good atmosphere to increase the interest of existing user to continue their participation. And the fourth one, every Wikipedian should promote the positive contribution made to attract public interest. Okay, so we can see that 54% strongly agree that everyone should be involved in contributing to Wikipedia. 26% agree, and 17% neutral. Yeah. Okay. So here we see that being good example is even stronger, believed by the respondent. Like 94% agree or strongly agree that the Wikipedian should set good example to attract new users. And here we can see 96% agree or strongly agree that we should create good atmosphere to invite people to continue and promote contribution. 68% agree or strongly agree that they should promote their good deeds, but here quite significant percent think that it's neutral. So we can do a good thing, but maybe other people can promote it, not me. Okay, so general conclusion that we got, it kind of aligned with theory of reason action, revealing that contributors' attitude and norms can influence their behavior, and positive attitudes toward editing, reinforced by perceived social norm, contribute to the contributors' sustained commitment. However, the study also underscored the need to address some of the contributor perceived lack of support. Okay, so maybe in the future we can do initiative that targeting attitude enhancement or community building and clarifying positive norms. And ideas, since a lot of people who spend their own money to edit are the people already working, so maybe we could reintroduce the voucher grant program to encourage the younger contributors to contribute. And also we can have educational outreach efforts to clarify misconception, and also probably scholarship for already active contributors but less sociable, so they can attend an exchange inter-community event, so they can increase their horizon and be in the community longer. I think that's it for now. We are open if you have questions. Thank you very much.
So I just want to ask, you polled for whether people were bilingual or multilingual. Do they, if the ones who are bilingual or multilingual, do they tend to edit on multiple languages, or do they mostly stick to one particular project?
Okay, thank you. The people who have multiple languages is actually we derive the data from their involvement in other Wikipedia activities. So there's like 37% of the respondents are also editing in Japanese, and like that. Yeah. Any other question?
Okay, so I think that's our conclusion on the survey. So happy to see you in other session if you want to ask more about this. Thank you.
Check. All right. Hey, does this also include a laser pointer? Ah, yeah. Oh, cool. Okay. Can I use also? Check. All right. Are there any Wikimaps user members around the room right now? Yeah, please hands up. Okay. Oh my God, the timer also already begin. Okay. I want to introduce that my speaking style is the Sundanese style of Mabodor. Sometimes I laugh by myself. Sometimes I figure out that's maybe because of I am doing this. But other times I think I might be crazy. So I'm not really a Sudanese, I'm just crazy. So yeah, so just heads up, pardon me if if in the midway during our presentation, I will laugh maniacally, okay? Do I press this one, this green button? Okay. Yes. I have 9 minutes actually, duration 10 minutes. 1 minute already passed. You can find this slide in pre-talks, images with links inside that you can click. All right, my first. Oh my God, this is a subtitle. I forgot to delete that. Come on. Okay, my title is actually about some Indonesian maps are problematic and how they are problematic. I will show you how. I'm Rima, by the way. That's my LinkedIn if you want to open it also. And I just given 10 minutes, so I'm gonna do not a 10-minute rap god, but 10-minute hopefully map god, right? So this is the island of Sulawesi. You can see this is one of our biggest islands in Indonesia, in middle Indonesia. the left one is the location map that someone made, and this is the one I made. I consider this one. I'm sorry if any of you guys are actually the one who made any of the maps that I'm gonna review for the next 10 minutes. This one, why is it problematic? Because it doesn't include this island right here. That island is Miangas Island. It's one of the Indonesian territory. It belongs to the provinces of North Sulawesi. And also it doesn't show much of islands here. You can see islands here, really small. Bala-Belakang Islands belong to the provinces of West Sulawesi. You can also see here, there's supposed to be an island right there, Pulau Luha Island, right in the middle of Lake Tawuti, the second biggest lake in Indonesia. Very ancient lake. You should read about the geological history of the island. It's really amazing. What I really don't like how Miangas is not showing on this map. Miangas should show. And also this island, Maru Island. Maru Island apa Indonesia? I don't know. But Miangas, no. You can see the tip of the Philippines. That's what the northern border of Sulawesi should look like. Next slide. Oh my God, this is, oh my God. 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 Where are the Banggai, the Togean? Oh my God. Even the islands of Southeast Sulawesi. My God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, next map. This is the link. I made it white also. There's a lot of links, sorry. Yeah. It's supposed to be white. This is the Indonesia provinces blank map. This is the current version. It's been updated by other users as well, particularly after the devolution in Papua. This is it before. You can see here, this is supposed to be an island here, but like two islands, Maru Island, one of them, just got traversed as a border of North Sulawesi like that, yeah? Yeah. Do you like if I draw Malaysia, right, a border right here, like like that? No, right? Of course, people of this island, I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should do that, right? And also there are actually islands right here that belong to South Sulawesi, and also there's supposed to be an island here. It's called Simuk Island. Unfortunately, I don't know what kind of sources the person used to make this island, to make this map. And also this one. I think we have the East Timorese with us right now. You can see they use provincial borders for Atauro Island, right? Not me. Don't blame me. Don't blame me, yeah? Yeah, I revised it actually. Yeah. International border, right? International border like with Malaysia, right? Don't blame me. Yeah, also the Okuse province, right? It should be connected somehow. I really don't like using territorial waters border like this because the source is fake. This is Menui Island. Oh my God, I should show you Menui. This is Menui. Menui actually belong to Central Sulawesi, this one, not Southeast Sulawesi. Somehow Menui is just strike rate, even though there are a chain of islands from here to here. You can see this is the island, Menui, from Central Sulawesi, belong to, I think, Morowali Regency or something. There's the QID, you can verify it yourself, its coordinate. Population about 7,000 people in 2019. 7,000 people got, sorry? Silent? Oh, 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. Because this means silence. Sorry. 7,000 people just got trampled over. Just got trampled over like that and belong to other provinces. Oh my God. And also there is also an island right here, Padi Kecil, and also another island up here actually, Padi Besar. This is the satellite image I extracted from the Sentinel data. So yeah, 7,000 people, not a small amount, right? Yeah, we have to be careful. And also this one is Sumatra. The one in the left, you can see the territorial waters borders. This one I take from Natural Earth. This one I don't know what they use. What do they use? It's really curved like that. You can see the more jagged one. I don't know which one is official, but I rather use Natural Earth data more. it's more similar with the one that I saw in the Atlas books sold in Indonesia. And also you can see that I don't put any maritime border whatsoever because I couldn't find any official sources regarding it. Even in the official maps, no. Oh my God, this one is really horrible one. You can see why is it kind of problematic. The first one, can someone answer? Okay, you can see this island. Why is this there? You can see this island. Why is it here? Why is it here? What kind of island is this? There's no island here. There's no island here. The Karimun Jawa Island is supposed to be here. It's not here. This is supposed to be sea, man. Come on. And also here, look at this. Where's even Madura? What is this? This jacket. Come on. It is still on the English Wikipedia until now. So I made another one. This one I already updated in Indonesian Wikipedia. For now, you can see these islands. This is the correct position. Not like this, yeah? Not like this. Come on. Come on. Why do I have so many examples of this? All right. So basically having a lot of islands means that it is a challenge to map Indonesia accurately when we do not provide a credible knowledge for reader with diverse places of origin. Our knowledge itself is not diverse. There is the generalization principle of cartography, of course, but there are some places still worth noting when creating our content in Wikimedia projects, not limited to maps, of course. I also created article in Indonesian Wikipedia on Menuya Island. Yeah, it's a very wonderful article. It's a very wonderful place also. So I came up with the policy that when I contribute and when I'm also a contributor in OpenStreetMap, I kind of have my own value that no island should be left behind. And also context matters. Don't be like this lah. Don't be like this. Where's the context? Okay. I should have about 1 minute. Oh no! Oh God! No! God! No! God! Please. If this is actually you can also browse Manui Island right now in your Google Maps. You should find this monstrosity of border. This is Google though, not Wikimedia. All right. That's it for me. Thank you. We have less than 1 minute for a question. Anyone? Please. So, it's actually not read that. You can at least that's what I was taught in college. If you draw maps, you should give it more context so it doesn't look like a floating leaf in the middle of nowhere. It's basically just that, but it's still readable. Sorry. Oh my God. It's still readable. I know it's really readable. But in order to show the whole context, where Java is, what is located next to, and so on, you got to have context. You have to have the environment of the actual geography, like that. Context. You're probably right. Please. In map frame in Wikimedia projects, they mean. Oh, if you are going to edit in OpenStreetMap, you got to edit it on OpenStreetMap. What I use to draw this is just QGIS. Sometimes I use ArcGIS when I have money, of course. But other times I use mainly QGIS because the free license allow me to upload the works to Wikimedia Commons. With a lot of sources. You can open these slides if you are able to find the link. I'll probably later add links to wikimedia.org. I use a lot of sources. If you find these images in my upload list in Commons, you can see the sources that I list there. Yeah. Some are too small. It's a fair question. Balabalakang actually have a very small population. It's really small, but it is inhabited. They are inhabited. Also, Likung Tangaya. Miangas is famously inhabited because our president came there and built an airport. Like, I don't want to be more political, but it is inhabited. There are a lot of other islands. Oh my God, I got to get through this again. Nice, okay. I need to confirm to the East Timorese. Atauro is inhabited, right? Yeah. I think we are wrap up, and people don't forget we have a photo session at 4:45 at the plenary. If I'm not incorrect, yeah. Thank you for your attention. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Hi Romeo, and hi WF. I don't know who you are, but nice to see you.
Hello, Francis. How are you?
Fine, here we are. Enjoying.
Am I?
Yes, Romeo?
Yeah, am I clear? You can get me clearly, right?
Yes, quite clear. There's music in the background, so, but it's not.
Ah,
not a big
perfect.
Oh, I love the music.
Yeah.
No, it's just quite catchy.
Makes you sound like you're in a radio station. Hello, Euphemia.
Yeah.
How are you doing? Welcome
Exactly,
to the
this is
show.
a regular radio station.
Yeah.
How about Nada and Agus? Are they here too or yet to join?
Nada, I saw her in the leadership session, but no idea.
Who is
Is Iben here? I don't know.
WF, I guess it's a team, the organizing team.
Ah, okay.
How about Iben? Is he here or no?
No, I don't see
He will join. I mean, not in the
Oh,
room, but he
no.
will join, so no worries on that either.
What about the other speakers? Do we know? Do we want to quickly check on them, maybe?
But Eben is in Singapore, right?
Yes, he is. I think
So does he need
Agus
to
and
join
Nada.
online? Does he need to join online?
Yeah, probably he doesn't need. What I'm thinking is that probably, probably we're not doing anything from here. From this side.
Wait, I'm getting confused, Francesc.
Yes.
So
I'm
what
at
are we
home.
doing? Are we
What
not
are we
speaking
doing?
from here?
We will be speaking from here. You just
Okay.
need to be here. But
Okay.
I mean, I guess that even will do all the work on, on moderating, because from here I can't even see who's there. So
Yeah.
Trying
Maybe
to-
this other account called production wanted to like turn on the camera, then we can see who is in the room or something like that.
yeah, we
think
might.
that would be good.
Probably I think I can't hear. Yeah, but I will ask. Well, we can see on the 3 to here. Here's the link.
Hi everyone. So it's 5:33. I think we will start with the youth session. So we have some speaker online, also some speaker in the room. Frances, if you can hear me, can you say something so we ensure that we can get you?
But we will go with the topics on.
Please say it again.
It's a meetup, but we will be doing all the topics of the session.
Can you please try again, Frances? Can you hear me, Frances?
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing two things at the same time. Tell me.
Okay, we can get you now.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, now we
yeah,
can get it. Perfect.
the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay, the floor is mine. Well, hello everyone. So far so long, I believe that we are like a bunch of people. By a bunch, I mean a number of people that are at least more than one. And well, apparently we are coming back from the group picture, and apparently there is not a big audience here. So, as you know, this is a half an hour that we have to talk about experiences on young Wikimedians. And we are waiting also to our key speakers to be here so we can hear them. So basically, we will do what we will be doing here is some kind of mixed session. As you know, we previously had a meetup and a round-up session to talk about topics. And we will continue that meetup. We will do an informal session, but we will, of course, get into the topics that were originally planned. So I'm inviting to our on-site speakers to please show up on the screen because unfortunately I can see them, to be on the front line of the session so we can speak with them. And in the meanwhile, what we're going to do is to talk a little bit about Wikivibrance. I will introduce ourselves. My name is Francesc Fort. I'm from Valencia. And here also in the virtual room, we have Eufemia Wandu, who is from Southeast Nigeria. And she's the founder of Wikivibrance. This started a couple of years ago when we were on the biggest moment of the virtual events, and we had an idea to have, or I must say that she had an idea of having a meeting of young Wikimedians to talk about ourselves, our situations, or well, I should speak in second person because I believe that I'm not longer that young. But you know how it is to be a young Wikimedian, as I once was, and which are the topics or the issues that you can face. And this is how an initiative was born. This initiative has been running for 2 years now. We have done plenty of activities. We remind you that right now we have 2 running activities. One is the International Youth Day campaign, where we invite to create articles and also to celebrate our community by recognizing those Wikimedians who are important to us. We can create an article and share it on social networks and ping our pal or that person that we want to recognize because of their work. And also we have a campaign running since yesterday, and that will be up the 30th of September, about cosplay. You know, cosplay is that activity, that urban culture that is about people who disguise themselves as cartoon characters. We know that Dodi, who was the person who inspired that idea, I met him in the EduWiki conference. He is here and he will have his a session about the topic. And also we know that in the very same hotel that you are there is a comics convention. We invite you to go there to take pictures, because that way you can participate in our contest. So we have prepared three awards of 300 euros each, and I believe that this is a good opportunity to share urban culture in Wikimedia by having fun, and by expanding also the kind of topics that Wikimedia activities have. With that introduction being made, I believe that we can go now to, as I said before, this format will be some kind of mixtures of the round table and the meetup and the originally designed session. I will open the mic to some of the people that we've able to meet during those now years that we have been working on Wikivibrance. And the thing is that unfortunately I can't see your faces, those who are on site. Even, can you please say hello? And otherwise, that's not a problem, because in our virtual room here we have a Romeo. You might know him. He's from South Sudan. He has been a very active Wikimedian lately. So I will open the mic and I will say, hello, Romeo. How are you?
Hello, Francesc. How are you? I'm doing amazing.
If you are doing amazing, then everyone here is doing amazing. And well, I believe that the thing is that we could now let you introduce yourself, who you are and what did you came here to do.
Very good. My name is Romeo, and I come from the Wikimedia community user group here in South Sudan. And actually, I have come here to be able to share a challenge that resonates deeply with many of us, the challenge of sustaining motivation and fostering long-term engagement among its actually youth contributors, which I am one of them. So I'm going to share about my personal experience and the support of the Wikimedians who have been with me, and to be able to recognize the significance of this challenge and how we can be able to address it. And yeah, very excited to be able to be part of this.
Great, Romeo, nice to have you here. I see that we have more of our folks here. We have also Nada Alfarra. So Nada, nice to see you. And please, I will let you introduce yourself. Hi, Nada. Can you hear us?
Hi.
Okay, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
Okay. This is a weird session and setup, but it's fine. My name is Nada Alfarra. I'm from Palestine, and I'm also known under a Wikimedia name, Nada Karim 22. And I'm a member of the Leadership Development Working Group. I used to organize, I'm still organizing sessions, editing sessions, and I'm here to talk about the struggles I faced in the movement, like any other youth. It's not easy to be young in the movement and to be a newcomer and to be identified as the newbie or the one who lacks experience or the one who needs guidance and the one who needs micromanagement. And no, you don't need micromanagement, but you need guidance. And I hope you enjoy our session.
Thanks, Nada. And last but not the least, we have also here August. Hello, August. Can you turn on your mic and share a little bit of yourself to the audience?
Hello, everyone. My name is Agus. I am from Indonesia. So I am from Wikimedia Indonesia. What is the challenge that I have is just, actually, I just want to make a clarification. Based on Indonesian standard, I'm not young anymore after 25. So in Indonesia, when we are after 25, we are expiring. So So for today, I'm not young. Maybe yesterday I was still young because my birthday was today. So the challenge for being a young person is like you have no voice. Every young person always to be the person that was voiceless, like you are too young, you have no clarification or something like that. When I start editing in Wikipedia, everyone kind of explained this like your article was taken down because you're just newcomer, you doesn't know anything, you doesn't know the rule, but the person in there doesn't give us any reminder or something. They just taking down. It's just like we need to know everything about the Wikipedia. So that's why after I done become the administrator, I take the change that I angry with the person was taking the article that they deleted when they deleted the newcomers. So if you deleted every article that comes, so who you wanted? Who you wanted to continue your step? Yourself, you're gonna die someday, right? So I hope that everyone feels that we are young, we have a voice. So please continue this step, and I hope you can continue this. Don't take mind of them. Sometimes they will go. Thank you.
Thanks, Agus, for both for your introduction and for going to the point, which is, of course, the struggles, the barriers that the Wikipedia movement has. This is something that we know because it has been widely spoken. Many barriers, especially when it comes to all the gender biases that we have had. But there is also barriers that affect to young people. Now that we have heard one of the people that we have on site, we will switch to our friend here in the remote room. So Romeo, how do you feel about, I mean, what has been your experience? There are barriers for young people and their participation into the movement?
Sorry, I didn't get you very well. Could you repeat that a little bit?
Yes, I was asking you specifically for the barriers that you feel that exist if you feel that there have been barriers in the Wikimedia movement and the participation of young people.
Yeah. So thank you so much. From my end, I would love to speak this from my perspective and of course also the people that I've been able to train. The barrier that I've been able to see so much is actually been the issue around nurturing long-term engagement. So we have this kind of curve that starts on a very high note for every new Wikimedian. So just like me, when I started to do Wikimedia related programs, I was very, very, very excited that I came with a lot of energy in the beginning. And my energy reached a point whereby I began experiencing things around, burnout, juggling time constraints, shifting priorities as well. And these whole things were not able to sustain my energy to continue on. So there was a point at which I was able to face my burnout. Actually, not even burnout, but actually I reached a point whereby I could no longer sustain my engagement because of a few other problems that probably even our colleague who has an amazing birthday today mentioned, things connected to your article being deleted, things containing to IP blocking, things containing to young people being able to juggle within commitments, others are in school, others at workplace. I live in a community here in South Sudan where almost everyone is busy. So that situation whereby I cannot or anybody cannot be able to juggle or be able to sustain that excitement they get in the first time of coming to the Wikimedia community is a very, very huge challenge that I've been able to see within myself, but also within the people that I've trained and stuff. But I guess as we continue the conversation, we're going to see some of the things on how we're able to fix this. But yes, concerning the barrier, yes, that's a barrier I've been able to see very evident that affected me and some of the people that I've also been able to deal with within my community. Yes, Francis.
Cool, Romeo. Thanks for sharing your experience. And to finalize with that, with this very first somehow introductory part of the talk, we will go to Nada, who is on site. Hello, Nada. Can you hear us? And please, can you share? You previously talked about being labeled as somebody who needed guidance, who needed help. Can you perhaps explain a little more deeper which has been your experience as a young Wikimedian?
Um, I actually needed guidance, but I got this from Wikimedian friends, but not from the affiliate. I used to be a member of that affiliate. The lack of guidance I had jeopardized my presence. They had a job application for a coordinator. I applied for that job, did the tasks, and but I didn't know that there is a relationship between another applicant and one of the hiring committee members. So I ended up with not getting the job, and I didn't know much about this until later. But what is good about Wikimedia that it always gives you more. It gives you friends. It gives you experience, skills that you would never gain if you haven't been a member of this movement. And this is what guided me to the Leadership Development Working Group, where I really got the support or the community that I strive to be in. So I remember when I first joined Wikimedia, I spent about 4 months not knowing what people are doing, what they are talking about, what's affiliates, what is the movement, what's the community, etc. And no one actually, and this is the thing that we focused in our leadership development work about, which is how to pass on knowledge, how to let people know the challenges that you went through and how to overcome them, how to document the knowledge that you gained through years. And this actually helped me a lot. I'm better now. I'm at my first Wikimania. And I hope I gain more knowledge. And this is my story and my struggle. And it will not be the last one because it's life eventually. Thank you.
Thanks, Nada. It has been a very insightful testimony. All of you have pointed at things because all of you had difficulties, but you also somehow draw some solutions. There are people who became admin. There are people who got involved into committees. Romy also talked about the burnout. We have now 10 minutes left, approx. I don't know if we can get a little bit more. I can see the people in the room if they can send me some signs. But I mean, as I said before, we want this to make a mix between a meeting and a session that originally we had. So this is an open question for anyone. So anyone who has an answer can raise their hand if they are on site or virtually here, because I will see them. And my question, which is open, is, okay, there are struggles for young people, but there are also support networks for young people. Or if that question seems a little bit weird, we can also translate it as which strategies have newbies or young people or newcomers, whatever, to deal with the difficulties that they face as Wikimedia editors or part of the Wikimedia community. I don't know if anyone has any idea on the... Okay, I see a raised hand outside, so go ahead.
Someone gave me the mic, sorry. Thank you. So my name is Mathilde, and I'm a education project manager at Wikimedia France. And I'm engaging kids, like mostly teachers, with their kids on Wikidia, because it's way easier for them to navigate through it, because the editors, they are way younger. And I don't know if any of you in this room knows about Wikidia by raising your hands. Okay, good. For those who don't know anything about Wikidia, it's pretty much the same as Wikipedia, but for kids, teenagers. And it seems to be more welcoming for newbies, basically. I don't know if however, it's not really connected to the movement yet, but we're working on it. And it's more of a a zone for people to practice, like to edit, and that's pretty much it. Wikidia, Wikidia. Here you go.
Merci beaucoup. All right, there is anyone else who wants to speak? I will give you some time. I see even with the mic. In the
Yes, we
meanwhile, I
have
say that
Rafi.
it's a very interesting experience. So we have Rafi. Okay, Rafi, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I lead a team of young Wikimedians there in my country, and I also train them. Okay, so the story is another share that what we are doing, what affiliates, and what are this movement, what is this movement, just we are doing on wiki edits. So I myself has prepared a training program where at the very first I teach them the on-wiki editing. I introduce them to Wikipedia and editing, and then another training program a little bit advanced where I tell them what is the fundings in the movement, what is the Wikimedia Foundation, and what are the affiliate structures, how it works, and a lot. So there are some structures what they are really helpful to train newcomers, and newcomers also find them helpful. Like the Wikipedia Adventure, I use it a lot, and the newcomers really enjoy it. Like the trainers don't need to need so much headache to teach them all the basics of the Wikipedia editing. And there are very few tours in Wikidata and some other process, but they are so much spread. They are not put together. And the Wikilearn platform seems to be very potential, but there's not that much how do I say, advanced course, very much helpful course that can be completely focused on newcomers or youth Wikimedians yet. So we are planning to work on that now. So what I can say is for the newcomers or the youths, there isn't enough resources yet, but the Wikipedia Adventure and some other few resources are helpful. So that's it for me.
Thanks, Rafi. But I believe that we are giving too many open questions. Now we need answers. Which resources do young people need in order to do this journey? I don't know if any of our key speakers, if Romeo, if Agus, if Nada had an answer, or otherwise if somebody in the audience has an answer of the kind of resources they would like to have available.
So we have someone from the audience.
Okay, go ahead.
She has a question. Probably right after we answer the question that you gave, then she'll give her question. So anyone? We have Nada.
Okay, great, Nada. Thanks.
So if there is a resource, practical one to share, it's Let's Connect, actually. It's the main resource for a lot of knowledge, and it tackles issues that other projects only talk about editing. No one is talking about how to manage projects, how to be a leader, how to document. And Let's Connect managed to fill this gap. And I don't know if each affiliate has something internal to have, or some internal resources, but for the whole movement, I believe it's Let's Connect if I have something to share.
Thanks, Nada. It's very important to talk about Let's Connect because they are doing a great job. Now that I believe that we have
So,
a question on the audience side.
sorry,
Oh,
so we
okay.
have one more answer from Ceslaus.
Perfect. We can hear Ceslaus and then we go to the question. Hi,
Thank you.
Ceslaus.
Hi, Francesc. Nice to see you guys remotely. Hi, Femia. So, when we talk about resources, it's easy not to, recognize the privileges that could exist, and privileges that probably don't exist in some parts of the world. Resources could be internet for us in Africa. It could be electricity. So when she mentioned Wikidia, you might not remember me. I'm Tesla from Wiki Africa Hour. So how Wikidia functions is, especially for Wiki Challenge, Accord Afrique. So we use Wikifundi software, which enables offline editing, and then Raspberry Pi server, which is very mobile, and then power bank, to enable these kids in rural areas in, I think, 9 Francophone countries now, to be able to contribute to Wikidia. So if you talk about resources, I think when we say let's connect, that's rich. Sincerely, that's rich. So how about we ensure that, I hate to say it, but then mostly those young people from Global South who probably don't have a job and can't easily buy internet subscription for themselves. How about electricity, and how many hubs are out there that could give young persons access? I mean, one thing I love about this place is you could just stand in front and tap from the free Wi-Fi. We don't have those in most parts in, let's say, Africa, for instance, right? So we need to amplify the discussion. I mean, these are things that they should have before even coming to Let's Connect. So. Oh, of course, that's part of it, But then I would love us to have a broader view of what resources mean. I am the Wikimania in Residence for African Knowledge Initiative, and we ran a survey through the Africa Environment Campaign precisely. And there are things we've overlooked or we've been overlooking when we talk about resources. How many young people could afford a smartphone to edit? How many young people could afford a tablet? And this is why I'm so, huge a fan of the Wikidia and the Wiki Challenge, because Fondation Orange has been gracious enough to, give tablets to enable these kids to make these contributions. So we need to think of resources that would enable these young people to onboard to our platforms, to our projects, to our programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Francesc, we have Ruby who wants to add something on this.
Perfect.
Sorry, my name is Ruby from Ghana. So just to add to what Romeo was talking about, I manage a community from Open Foundation West Africa, and we also work with young people in schools, universities, and hub. And we realized that one way that young people can grow or be active or sustain in a community is consistency, because one-time training doesn't work. And if you're working with young people in universities, young people in those different places, they need people in those places to continually support them. So one of the ways that we've done that is by establishing clubs, and we are able to support the clubs by having leaders, for instance, club leaders or hub leaders who organize events, and also they try to get a place where they consistently meet, let's say once in a month or something like that, where we also provide them with internet data and also refreshment for their activities all the time, because young people get hungry. I mean, like, everybody gets hungry, but it's more encouraging to provide some sort of like incentives like food, refreshments that encourage. So we realize that in the universities that they show up a lot because they get food to eat. And I put myself in their shoes. If when I was in the university and there was an event that has food, I will be there. And so these are so these are the ways that has really helped us to, try to motivate them, their participation in those places. But one other thing that we're also seeing as a challenge is the fact that devices, because some of them don't have devices. So our hub leaders reach out to us like they need devices, and we also don't have enough devices to supply them. So we're looking at partnerships that can support us with devices, because we know that some organizations donate computers, but where are they? Where can we find them? So these are some of the support that we need as a collaborative community. If someone have those kind of connections, these are the real connections that we're looking out for to have. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ruby. I believe that we have now 1 minute left, so I hope that there's anybody else who wants to speak, because otherwise we will be really bad in time. Well, first of all, thank you very much to everyone who has been here, and also I wanted some conclusions for today. I believe that even if we haven't been able to have a proper, we lacked more time to dive into all the topics that we need to dive. I believe that this session has been a great excuse to meet us, to connect all together, and to think about all the problems that we have. And I mean, here we have people on site and virtually. We can use the virtual tools to connect, to meet all the people here who are interested on the participation of young people in the movement, and to start building things. Because we've taken notes of all the difficulties that exist, all the solutions that some of you have been giving, and it's great to know the local experiences. Also the different tools like Wikidia that can be used also in this journey. So please keep us in mind, keep ourselves in our agendas, and that's it a little bit. So enjoy the rest of the conference, and of course don't forget that we have 2 Wiki Vibrance activities right now running, and that I mean, we hope that everyone can participate on the behalf of their possibilities. So thank you very much, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Francesc. So before we round it up, I wanted to mention that we are on Meta. We have the our Meta page is the Wikivibrance project. So when you go into Meta, you can join our social media channels where we could continue the discussion. We could discuss as youth to so that we come into a clear understanding and concerns for how we as youth participate in the Wikimedia movement. So thank you, everyone, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.